feet first. I'd rather bludgeon with my feet than... If I were Superman, I'd do things a little differently. First of all, I'd be flying feet first. I'd rather bludgeon with my feet than throw punches, and it would be a more comfortable position for my neck. I ditched the cape, it doesn't look right anymore. Most importantly, flying feet first would free up my hands, so I can carry my rifle. I might be faster than a speeding bullet, but I can't be in two places at once. I'd fill the air with bullets to strategically control the battlefield. When I'm done with the gun, I'd crumple it up so no one can use it, and throw it away. I'd also know that my greatest weakness isn't kryptonite, rather, it's my loving family. I'd have to go anonymous to keep them safe. I wear a full-body costume that I have printed like a pre-production car. The pattern breaks up my silhouette and hides finer details. For added safety, I'd conceal my height and proportions with some well-placed padding. I wouldn't want to talk too much either, but that's mostly because my lungs would be filled with liquid air. You see, in the minutes before a fight, I'd pack air into my lungs, using a technique invented for freediving. Because I'm Superman, I can pack the air so densely it turns into a liquid. I'd be able to unleash a single, devastating coup de grace of cryogenic gas as I expel the air, freezing my target. The air would expand to 700 times its liquid volume, which alone could blow the windows out of a building, before I torch it with my heat vision. A liquid oxygen fire is no joke, but if I needed precision, I'd use hand tools like pliers or shears. Even if I can't punch or stomp through a target, I bet I could tunnel clean through them with a pair of shears made from nth metal that I commissioned from Hawk Tua Girl. Imagine the grip strength of a god focused to a razor edge. I'd carry pouches of ball bearings, which I could throw like anti-material buckshot. I'd also carry a bespoke tool called rescue tongs, which would let me lift vehicles one-handed. I'd enrich myself by ferrying cargo to low Earth orbit for NASA. We jointly developed the Super Shuttle, a mostly propulsionless passenger craft, with a central reinforced hardpoint that I'd push on to bring us to orbit. The Super Shuttle can get back to Earth on its own, gliding on re-entry, like the now retired Space Shuttle, or the currently in service secret US military space drone. I'd charge $10 million per launch, which would still be a bargain for NASA, seeing how a SpaceX rocket costs $70 million per launch. The money would be spent on lobbying so I could reshape America to my vision, funding social programs and infrastructure projects. We'd finally get high-speed rail, and last but not least, I'd ditch the tired, dated red trunks in exchange for a red thong. It isn't the 1930s anymore, and it's time for a more streamlined look. Now, I debated whether or not I should include this joke, but I figure if the Minions movie could do it, so can I. With all these changes, I don't really think I can call myself Superman anymore. I feel like so much more. So why don't you make your way to the comments section and give me some ideas for my new name.
Tonight, we're getting taco shells from the grocery store, and ground beef from the grocery store, and shredded cheese from the grocery store, and Ortega sauce from the grocery store. And I can't wait to sit at my table and sprinkle everything on into my shells and eat each taco as fast as I can, so I can have another taco.
Or 2 or 3 or 4.
It's a white people taco night. A white people taco night. It's not limited to only white people, but white people love it the most.
Please, oh yeah! I'm in heaven, Mr. Squidward. You know, Arby's got a bad rep. It's not so bad once you try it. Arby's. Me fucking heart stop! Don't do it, Mr. Squidward.
It can't be that bad. Looks good to me.
12 seconds later.
Damn, that shit tasted terrible!
SpongeBob me, Bob.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs?
Promise me you'll never eat at Arby's. Oh, I'm fucking dying!
Day, without you, my friend, and I'll see you again.
Okay.
As always, we give you the letters R, T, S, L, and E. We just need 3 more consonants and a vowel.
Okay, I'd like a B, an N, and a G.
And the vowel?
An O, please.
Okay, well, looks like you're gonna get a lot of help here. Category is people who annoy you. Audience, keep quiet.
I knew it!
5 seconds, Mr. Marsh.
All right, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
I knew it, bro!
Niggers! Huh? Oh, naggers, of course. Naggers. Right.
I don't believe
Can we
it.
cut to, can we cut to a...
Oh my god! I can't believe that.
Bitch made Brian. Bitch made Brian.
Brian, you expose yourself, feminine vibe. EVS called you beta, ain't no need to hide. Just stop it, man, don't drag this out. All this drama's only making you doubt. You got a cool comic, yeah, I'll cop it soon. But your behavior won't stop me from dropping that tune. No fake reviews or petty tricks from me. Just do your thing, man, and let it be. This looks dope, can't you see the play? Every second you keep going, more slips away. Potential customers come, they ain't gonna stay. While you moralize against someone who won't sway. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian. Beach made Brian.
Oh, what the hell? Oh. There we go. There we go. Ready to rock and roll. It's been a while. It's been like a month since I've done anything. Oh man. I just had I had a 3-day stint at work. And now I'm back. Now I'm back. It was a good 3-day stint. Felt good all 3 days. Nothing went wrong. Not too tired. So I'm with you. So thank you for tuning in or watching the replay, more than likely, given Katie did's live. I hope her stream goes well. Got a lot to talk about. Want to say shout out to Mad Max, the Mandalorian Madness movie, movie Madness. I don't know. I'm very behind on the Mad Max lore. I totally missed this in between when he did the face reveal. I've been subbed this whole time. It's just whenever he has stuff pop up, never saw it in my feed. So, but he had a good video. Normally, I respect Max a lot, despite the directions he seemed to have taken since he I don't know. I miss him having his mad rants. And he softened up. Maybe it's for his mental health, but I do miss that. Anyway, we're here to talk about Fantastic Four, and that was the video. I'm not going to share it because I don't need to. I'll put in the link in the description or in the chat later for you to check it out afterward. But Mad Max, I'm still going to call him that. I don't know how he identifies himself now. But he was covering this tweet that I'll pull up from John Roca. I can't remember like what this guy does. Actually, I got to preface this first really quick. So anyone coming in that's new, it's a stranger, kind of gets where I'm coming from, where I'm at, because the box office plummet. It's making a lot of news with Fantastic Four First Steps. And it's kind of baffling people, or there's like people celebrating. I get if you're a DC fan, you finally want like a leg up on Marvel, and you finally might have one. And it's kind of like with an asterisk, because it's like, well, you're hurting too. Going the complete opposite direction of Snyderverse, you're still floundering. You still can't seem to top Man of Steel, thus only justifying the Snyderverse currently. The fandom still here. What was it all for? What was this overall? Why cast aside this God behind the camera if you can't even match 12 years later the box office? It is worthwhile talking about the box office. I don't normally care to. I don't want to judge art on money. That's a very slippery slope. I think we're in the state we're in, whether you like movies we're getting now or not. The budgets are so high and everyone's focused on getting an IP for their studio to have like $1 billion plus hit. And it's made everything top heavy. It's skewed how theaters deal with studios. Disney around Ragnarok really got to manhandle the theater system for the first couple week returns, ticket sales. So it really hurts theaters after the 3-4 week drop off. Anyway, I saw this post. I don't know if this is like an SJW or not. I assume it is. I think I've seen this account before, but let me share this. Where did I? Oh man, looks like it did not save properly. 1 second. Let me pull it up. Here we go. So let me share this so y'all can see. And this will set the tone. Make sure this is the right one. I don't want notifications. I want Roca. Okay. Gotta make sure I have the right tab. All right. So this Wanda's attorney account says, in response to this Variety post about the supposed 80% drop from its debut, they say, I'm so fucking sick of this box office obsessed culture that has emerged lately. Like, it feels so gross and capitalistic to judge and talk about art based on its monetary gain rather than the quality of the art itself. Regardless of the political slant, whether this is like some socialist commie wannabe bemoaning capitalism, or just commenting about how capitalism has interfered with the commentary art, judging art, because we're always going to get the price tag and the payout. I think that really nails where I'm at. I do celebrate when movies that I pay the time to see that I hate fail, because I feel vindicated. I feel that just payment, just due for a horrible outing. But yeah, this is what prolongs the zeros, the Friday Night Tights rejects lingering in the space. It sucks because they offer nothing. And I'm seeing a lot of commentary when I go in these videos talking about the box office drop. There is this talk of Fantastic Four is another woke thing with the girl bosses. These are people that haven't seen the movie, and they're judging because there's a female Silver Surfer. Somehow they still don't know, after all this time since the announcement, that Shia LaBeouf is a different Marvel Universe Silver Surfer. And this is a different universe from, I'm assuming, 616 that we're watching with the MCU main continuity. So there's that. And then, Vanessa Kirby's Sue Storm, she definitely steals the show in the action in the third act, dealing with Galactus. Honestly, if you look at the team, it would have to be her or Johnny Storm. I mean, Thing is just a big rock. He can get beat up and take it. He can get beat up by the Hulk a lot and not fucking die. But dealing damage, I don't know where he really ranks up. He's no Juggernaut or Hulk, so. Sue Storm, on the other hand, can do force fields and stuff. So that manipulation of the environment, I think, is it's your heavy hitter. That's like your Jean Grey on the team. Not to say I doubt she's power scale that high at all, but you get the analogy. But yeah, I saw that and that nails it. And so Max, his video was talking about John Roca. I'm not sure where this guy works. I guess he's got his own thing. I know I've seen him somewhere. It might have been Collider. I'm not sure. Y'all can tell me in the chat, but he had this post and Max is really livid about it because we have seen this rhetoric with Star Wars before, but I think the context is completely different. Roka goes on to say, some people won't want to hear this, but it might be time to stop putting all the blame on studios or creatives for underperforming movies. It might be time to start looking at the intelligence level of moviegoers. If a phenomenally stupid film like Jurassic World Rebirth can crush films like Superman and Fantastic Four, then something might be wrong with all of us and not the studios or the creatives. And this guy is a shit lib. You go to his feed, recent posts, he's crying about J.D. Vance, comparing him to his appearance on Theo Vaughn being equivalent to they'd have Hitler on. And it's like, well, I mean, if he was in the modern day, it's like, well, he's a political figure. That would make sense to we just had Netanyahu on Nelk Boys. Like, come on, these are world-changing leaders. Hitler, we already know his history, but Netanyahu in the present, I don't know, it's weird, but that's just to give you some context of like where this guy stands. We have dealt with this for years with Star Wars, other fan bases more so. I'm not invested in those usually, like Doctor Who or Star Trek. Who cares about them? But nonetheless, we've seen this for like 10 years now. This like belittling, is talking down to the audience. I think in this context, with this 3-week string of, I guess it'd be 4 weeks, this July month of blockbusters, they all seem kind of like a dip, what they could get, what we expect. But, with Fantastic Four at the tail end of this trifecta, it's shocking. But I think, and we'll get into it, what I think about the boxes and everything with this article and the MCU and its state of things. Why maybe this apparent failure, or maybe breaking even, a shocker to be sure. Why it is possibly a good thing for the MCU, especially DC trying to take off again. Let me check with the chat, see what Ricky's saying here. It's Monday. Oh, not referring to the Road Warrior. Wait, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Ricky. You can hop in if you want. I don't know if you're going to work or whatever, but yeah, this doesn't have to be a solo stream, but anyway, Max is upset by this a lot, obviously, given the history in fandom we've seen with this kind of rhetoric from critics of note, of access, and people from the studios themselves to varying degrees. And he was talking about, I want stuff to succeed because jobs, yada, yada. And it's like, I don't really, like, Hollywood's volatile. If you're an effects person or something, like, you have a job. Stunt guys, less so. They need, like, stuff in the works in production. But if you listen to some, like, producer, writer interviews of Hollywood people, it's just a cutthroat. It's a freelance economy in Hollywood. It's how it works. Anyway. I'm shocked that I've gotten to this point, but I totally agree with Roca. Fans in general are retarded. It's kind of the Pareto principle. It's like you should just assume 80% are knuckle dragging idiots, just there to see images glaze over their eyes and go, "Wow, that was cool when he did the thing," and pew pew, and oh man, it roared. Whoa! Yeah, I mean, we just rewatched Jurassic World 1. And it was shocking in retrospect, given how bad the series is. Where it started, how bad it was from the get-go, even though there's elements that definitely work. It's just really shocking. And then like there were some overly obvious plot points, like in Avatar 2. And Rickie's rolling his eyes, and I'm like, oh, I noticed that, and I agree, but fans are retarded, so you have to spell it out for them, because we've seen little things, can't think off the top of my head, but we've seen little things in movies where they don't state it a plot point specifically, and people get instantly lost if you don't hold their hand and write in crayon, as Eric July would put it. And so, it's seeing that, being a prequel fan, and seeing how dumb people are, they can't interpret, they can't understand like why Lucas filmed or cast the way he did. They can't piece it together when it's it just you can still not like the plot, but I think it flows quite well. And there's a multitude of other examples you can see where like fans are retarded. Jurassic World series is a perfect example. Like I think this fourth one has like righted the ship in certain ways, steering the franchise back to some sense of like containment and reducing the ridiculous, because the premise is already ridiculous. Dinosaurs are here. They didn't do stupid like team up moves of dinosaurs that should all just be attacking each other or running from each other. But it's still like a disjointed mess. It's frustrating to say the least. And this seems to be the winner of this box office trifecta. Easily, dinosaurs are an easy sell, but again, there's no effort there. They don't have to put any effort aside from stunts, visual effects. There's no like narrative. There's no depth. And then you see something like Fantastic Four. I'm not a Fantastic Four fan at all, and I was just blown away. I was like, fuck, man, DC is fucked. If their best start was Superman with all these cameo characters and like nonstop wall to wall versus this film that's got heart, it's got depth, it's portraying the Fantastic Four properly from their 60s origin, bringing it to screen. Yeah, but got to hurl on this. Rookie, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I was referring to, you said Mad Max and Road Warrior, like
Yeah, he's definitely his aesthetic was like a mixture. He was doing Star Wars and Mad Max.
Yeah,
I totally I didn't put that together.
Quick, not the Road Warrior. That's it. Just okay. But yeah, I saw this tweet to the comparing to the Jurassic World sucks and the audience is dumb, and then over those and just like I mean, I don't know if those are the best examples. I mean, I haven't seen them myself. I haven't seen any of these films myself, so I can't really.
I think they're all worth seeing. Just to like, it's worth, I think, having your finger on the pulse of like, I feel like movies, and you want to see where these stories are going, how they're going to start up. Creative decision. I think it's worth seeing all three of them for different reasons.
You and I watch a lot of bad movies sometimes, honestly.
Yeah, we definitely have a red letter media bent to us to like punish ourselves.
Yeah, like I watched Happy Gilmore too, and that was awful, and I don't recommend anybody see it. But I can see people definitely having fun with the movie if they watch it.
I heard something. It might have been Grace Randolph yesterday. I think it was her saying like this is like the biggest thing like ever, because she's talking about why is this going on with Superman lingering and Fantastic Four having this like out of norm drop. She's trying to like spitball various aspects, and she's talking about studios and how they got this film and they're just skipping the theater because it's in-house with their studio, and they got this big deal with Sandler, so they just control it all. And it being tied to like the Coca-Cola of streaming with Netflix, and how it seems to be a huge payoff. It's like the biggest thing they've done, surprisingly, from at least these initial numbers she's got, if I'm not mistaken.
And the marketing was hand in hand with Subway for over a month, in a way, which may or may not have helped. I don't know. They had QR codes on the bags and stickers and on the cups if you get them, to take you straight to the Subway website and to Netflix or something to get this.
Yeah,
I don't know if any of that helped with the Happy Gilmore situation.
I mean, yeah, Subway is a pretty reliable brand, especially for like lunch and stuff, across the country. Office people, fucking construction workers, break from the factory or the warehouse.
Yeah,
a lot, gig economy stuff. Like it's easy for everybody if it's in the vicinity.
But I guess in a way too, like as much as I think Happy Gilmore 2 sucks, it's like, I mean, I don't know if it's fair to compare Adam Sandler to superhero and Jurassic Park stuff, but like he has been around for like as long as they've been making movies that people watch as well. So like I don't know if he's got comparable status in a way, not in the same type of way of like you'd go see an Adam Sandler movie like you would an Avengers movie. That's not what I'm saying, but like recognizability, I guess, from generations. And he makes a lot of stupid things that a lot of kids might watch, but then he also makes like 50 First Dates and like the Spaceman movie and like other things that
Uncut Gems was an Oscar bait film.
He's got a variety of audience that I think he might reach too. So I don't know I don't know if I'm trying to make a point here with the like.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I was just offhand. I was thinking like I gotta get Ricky's commentary on this.
No, I gotcha. Well, it's so like this is the thing too. So I can't see the tweet as well from here. Can you read it again, like from the top that's on here? I
guess
comment on it because I have a point for it, but I need to remember what my point.
Yeah,
was.
let me zoom in. Let me make sure I got the right tab. Okay. How about that?
Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, some people won't want to hear this, but it might be time to stop putting all the blame on studios or creatives for underperforming movies. It might be time to start looking at the intelligence level of moviegoers. If a phenomenally stupid film like Jurassic Rebirth can crush films like Superman and Fantastic Four at the box office, then something might be wrong with all of us and not the studios or creatives. See, okay, my problem with all this right away is he says if a phenomenally stupid film like Jurassic World Rebirth, which some people might not know is that stupid until they see it. I already assumed it was going to be dumb, but when you tell me a Snickers wrapper causes the, the chaos,
sets the whole plot in motion.
Like,
yeah,
I like that's stupid beyond. I'd have to see that to know, but before I see the movie, I wouldn't know that. So this is the problem I have with all box office things in general: is you don't know how you pay first and then you see the movie. If you have the option to pay for it, and then if you didn't like it after, go, I want my money back. This does not count for your box office. That'd be a little different, I feel.
Well, I think all three of these are, even though this is their first outing with Gunn running the ship in this relaunch of DC. DC is a known entity, a known quantity, just like Marvel, and Marvel has set the tone and kind of anchors any superhero creation trying to come into the mainstream light, even with streaming. Because look at The Boys. They've never had a film. They're on Amazon. That's one of the lesser streaming. They're a huge streaming platform. That's mostly tied to the Prime membership, not necessarily like we got to go to Prime to watch a thing, And so, I don't know what point I was making exactly.
I thought you were trying to compare something about Marvel compared to the other two. Here.
Oh, I was just saying, like, The Boys benefits. Like, first of all, it's a satire. So if like we had no consistent superhero film culture, and they just popped out of nowhere of like, we're gonna make The Boys. It's like it wouldn't land because you don't have the status quo on TV and film to satirize for it to land, to stick. Like, oh man, I like this. I like this like nuanced superhero take. Kind of dirty. The heroes are kind of dirty. It's all messy. There's like this corporate allegory that makes a meta on filmmaking with these IPs. There's social commentary in various ways, and it has some balls to it versus like the Marvel's a perfect example of like, oh, you lean so hard, even though it wasn't like a monumental statement, they lean so hard into like girl boss power, Mary Sue kind of stuff, and besmirching anyone that would like dare comment about that in a negative light. In the next film, it's got a stink to it, and it's got nothing to prop it up like the Avengers films, and so it's very obvious they tried to completely kill anything divisive outside of like the already established characters. And so it's not like an organic film. It doesn't have any statement, and so like we see stuff like that, we know this is going to be an angle with studios. Like I was watching this thing about Batman the animated series. I can't believe like the censorship that they were fighting to make that show. It's crazy. You wouldn't think of it, but it's like kind of an unsung hero with like shifting the paradigm for what kids growing up with Warner Brothers cartoons and the Edge.
I believe you entirely. 4Kids is known notoriously for like making the stupidest changes to.
Gotta have kids in seatbelts in the cartoon, at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they really is like, oh no, there's like slight bosom, like propped up a little bit. Cover that with a blanket. Or something. It's like, but it's not even naked. No, cover it up. Oh, there's a little bit of blood on their mouth. Make it ice cream or something instead. It's just like,
yeah, it's funny. I was thinking about this. This is like a meta thing. I need to research more to make a video, like some kind of, at least talk to the camera with the script, if not a scripted, slideshow or something. But that, and then listen to like start a DC Comics documentary on Warner on YouTube. I think the big thing, probably the biggest overarching problem in entertainment in general, but comics in this comic world, is comics were always, there's this weird medium, never gets the credit, but they were always pushing the boundaries because this is a mostly kid angled or viewed medium. So you got like Wonder Woman, very famous, people always after it. Comics Code Authority, the power they had to shut shit down. And it's like every great character or like era of comics has been like pushing the boundary with the medium in regards to censorship and finagling around that. So you got like the 40s, 50s, and yet you got Wonder Woman that's like this BDSM origin character, and the very not so subtle cues in the artistry.
Oh no, she's tied up again. Oh no.
Well, she's wearing like a fucking.
Oh no, her mistress has to spank her. Oh gee.
She's wearing one of those. What do you call it? A corset? Like a showgirl, like a burlesque. Everything about it's BDSM coded, and she's from an island of women.
Amazon women.
Yeah.
Discipline and whips, and it's like, I mean,
yeah, all this stuff, and so. To keep pushing that is kind of like a Nick Fuentes kind of thing in its own right, of like always pushing against what can be done, and then you get like another explosion. I know of, don't know depth about it, but like Ghost Rider, Doctor Strange, Vampirella, there was like this censorship of like ghouls and dark fantasy, demons. Yeah, he couldn't do that shit. And then like something changed or something tweaked, and then you go like, bam, Doctor Strange, Ghost Rider.
Cool.
Literally the first issue, it's like, oh no, my adoptive father has cancer. Literally, there's no thought process. It's literally just, I know Book of Satan.
Speaking of Satan, what's up, Angelus? Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not sure about like more recent times, but yeah, learning about this Batman era with the TV, the kids shit. It's like, yeah, this is a problem. It's like we've always had like some sort of censorship with the medium, regardless if it's Democrat or Republican in office with like the presidency and the Congress. There's always this like protect the children narrative. And then it started clamping on more. Strange way, you had like certain obvious censorship with what you could do artistry wise, but to counter it, you had like the wackiness of like Looney Tunes of violence, you know. But then we allow more aesthetics, more sexuality, more adult themes, but then they tone down the violence. Like again, you can't have someone get hit with the frying pan because a kid could emulate a hitting with the frying pan, and guns can't ever, like, no guns. Basically, Batman was pushing the boundary by having guns in the plot on screen. They never were shooting directly. That'd always be like off camera if someone did get shot. But the fact they had the guns.
What would like a kid-friendly Punisher be?
Yeah, it's like, do you not get the concept? Like,
well, you're making me think of something else here though. Like, so like when Jurassic Park first came out, like, you know, that was kind of like a wonderful family movie, but you know, in a way, I kind of thought as a kid, or you know, like I don't know, people would be freaked out of dinosaurs a lot. Probably a lot of kids that were scared of raptors, or you know, like.
But I like being scared though.
It induced a lot of fear. Yeah, but it's like in a fun way, sure. But like, but then like a superhero movie would be kind of seen at the time as like, you know, it's kind of goofy, little silly little movie, kid can watch it. But then it's like you go to 2008 or something, and it's like, you know, the dinosaur movies, like the Looney Tune kid movie, that's like, and then you get to you watch The Dark Knight or something for the kid. It's like, I don't know, the parents might be like, I don't know if I want him to watch this intense thing at 5 years old, but should still, honestly. But
yeah,
I don't know. I was trying to think of the swap, and like, you know, the dinosaur movie nowadays. I was trying to compare that to Rebirth now, where it's like, well, I don't think anybody's worried about having their kid watch stupid Jurassic World Rebirth because it's just a silly, dumb movie now. It's like, you know, safe for a kid. Scarlett Johansson's in it. It's going to be safe for my kid, you know. As to where Superman or, you know, Fantastic Four might actually have like a challenging theme in it or something that is like, oh no, like something bad might happen.
Yeah, you like my thumbnail?
Yeah.
I was chanting a little bit of like Yellow Trash with that, with
yeah,
Thad Feige, and I was really getting a kick. I was trying to find. I was going to have Pedro in the center and put like the emoticon like wacky like eyes over him, but I couldn't find that. But I was finding these emojis, so I was just laughing at these emojis, and I was like, "This is great," because it's so just like. And then of course I got this like buxom broad here. I can't think of her name right now. It's like Niku Wu or something like that. She's great, obviously. All these assets, the proper amount of squish and curve ratio,
the
very feminine.
Fantastic Four,
and and having this like obviously retarded get it, because it's like, am I invisible? It's the invisible woman, and the movie is bombing now. Like, get it?
Totally.
I love get it jokes. I love like when it's like you say, and it's like this rhetorical, yeah. But then someone's like, get it?
It's unbearable. Get it? There.
No, I have through Rookie HBO, so I've seen the names, but I've had no interest to investigate. I started watching. I've seen this when I was a kid, but you know, it's probably way too mentally young to really like. There's a weird thing in my past where I would watch boring movies, boring for young men, boring for young people movies. Like No Country for Old Men. I saw that and I was like, you know, I was a kid, like Rookie's like fast forwarding Attack of the Clones to get to like the arena and shit. For me, I'm like, I can't wait to watch the arena. And so I hit play and I kind of endure this adult plot for like an hour and a half to get to the goods. You know, it was like, I don't know if it was like a penance, if I'm like a masochist or I don't know which one's sadist or masochist, but if I was like prone to torture myself, I don't know what, but I just had like, I've always had the patience to endure.
You're like, oh, I got to get there, but I'm not going to cheat. Got to do it the
Yeah,
right way.
something like that.
Gotta
I don't
do
know.
it the
I don't
right
know.
way.
It wasn't instilled on me. You know, I don't think my
Well, it
mom
probably
would
makes
care.
it more satisfying because I remember when I would fast forward to get to those things, you know, it's just kind of a quick spurg and then I'm done. So it wasn't like I was.
Now, not to
building
say
up
that
to
there
it.
isn't times where I just like I'm gonna put on Dark Knight Rises and watch the Bane fight in the center. And he's like,
Right. Yes.
what? Fuck! What? I'm trying to think what he says. He's like, aren't we, Bruce? You know, like when he does the reveal, and it's like, you know, he's like, you've made a terrible mistake, and then he's like, don't leave us, Mr. Wayne. Something like that. He says, Mr.
Yeah,
Wayne, and it's like, Catwoman's like, oh
yeah.
fuck. Oh, I totally fuck. Oh my, how am I ever gonna get my name erased from the databases? Like, I'm never gonna get this clean slate.
Dang it. But yeah, no, I've not seen Opus or Death of a Unicorn. I've seen images of like, I don't know, a unicorn killing people or something, and then like blast a beam out of its unicorn. I don't know if that's the same thing or if I've
but boring movies. So I think I rented this like after high school. I was working at the gas station in town, so like I had money for the first time. So like I would go to the Red Box. That was like a hip new thing to, oh boy, Red Box, you know. It's like the specific movie.
Vending machine. What?
Yeah, and so I think I rented it through the American George Clooney. I don't remember it at all, but I think I remember seeing it at home, and I watched the whole thing because I paid for it, so I'm gonna watch it. You know, it has to be horrible for me to just turn it off and check out, but I don't remember it all. But like I started watching it. I only watched like 30 minutes because before work, but I was just like, oh, it's so quiet. It's this assassin. The opening's like a cool reveal about his character and his devotion to the craft because he's got this lady. They've been boinking. She's naked on the bed and they're like cuddling and having post-coital intimacy by the fire. And they're like going to have a nice walk in the snow and the mountains. And then like they notice tracks and then they start getting shot at. And then once he kills the assassin, the would-be assassin, he's like checking the body and stuff. And he's like, go to the house, call the cops. And she's just like, all right. And then he's like, pap, pap in the back. And it's like, oh, this like instantly establishes the callousness of this guy. And then it's just like matter of fact, and he finds the next guy at the getaway car, kills him, and he contacts someone, meets him up in like Rome, and then the plot begins. And it's really boring. He has like his routine. And I was thinking about Vito when I was watching this because like I don't know if you saw the biggest problem, Crash Out, with
so yes, watch the Crash
Out. It was painful to listen to. And it was just like, I saw a message in Vito. I'm like, dude, I'm not converting you, but like me personally, I've gotten into this. I need to do more, but you need to find something to devote yourself to, some sort of like arbitrary, you're not believing God, but you need to find like a religious type of devotion of, I do this every day or every whatever, and I can't miss it. I got to do it. Make, some sort of Shabbos for yourself. Not that extreme because they're fucking retarded, but tricking God with like, oh, this is a kosher fridge light. Like, anyway, that's a lot of weeds there. But getting something. He's just like, oh, nothing. And then I find out, listen, Dick Show, he's like in the Discord for like the last day, just, oh, life doesn't matter. Who cares? Nothing matters. It's just life is miserable. And it's like, I haven't talked to him again, but it's like, he's in like this girl stage of, it's like a pretty girl you're interested in and they're not noticing you. And you're like trying to rack your brain. Like, how do I get her to see me for something more? And then you see her post, and it's like, oh, Alicia is pretty, and it's like, and we're like, oh, but you're so pretty, oh, and all this validation, but then they reject it because it's not the one they want to validate them. So yeah, Vito's kind of doing this kind of shit, but with like nihilism. And I'm an optimistic nihilist. You know, it's like there is no purpose, and that gives me purpose. I need to find purpose. That fills the void is like the search.
It's all too easy.
You know, it's like I don't have a set, that's it. And so just go along. You know, it's like I'm seeking, I'm searching, I'm trying to manifest destiny, you know. And it's just frustrating. It's frustrating. But you know, then I watch this movie, and that's why I'm thinking of Vito, because I'm watching Clooney, and it's like, all right, you get a couple days, and every day he's like doing some push-ups, some sit-ups, doing some pull-ups. He's got this routine he maintains. And it's funny too, because Clooney is like this like sexiest man multiple times in like People or whatever, these tabloid magazines. And I see him today with having Instagram and Twitter and shit, seeing the whole world every day, and bodybuilders and everything. And you see George Clooney's the sexiest man. And it's like he's got a good face, I guess. Like he's handsome, but I can't put my mind on
like a lot, pretty much is
and it's frustrating because he has a lot of movies. George Clooney's a frustrating guy because he has a lot of movies playing some kind of loner character, very self-sufficient, you know. And even though he's got range, he's got comedy, definitely drama, thriller, but he plays a lot of loner characters. And I think that says something about who he is as a person, playing those repeatedly. And yet he couldn't do Batman for some reason, that, you know, direction, the studio, but it's just like, how did you fuck up George Clooney as Batman? That feels like a really good casting, you know, like looking at his career, that didn't work, you know? So it's a lot of things going through my head watching this movie, but it's just like, wow, it's so quiet and tame. You know, there's going to be some action, there's some shooting and stuff, but it's like, it's a very like No Country for Old Men kind of like precise, purposeful movie about this assassin dealing with like who's trying to cross him. So that's just refreshing. There's just a lot of things go in my head watching it, unfortunately, because of like being in this meta environment, Twitter and YouTube and stuff. But nice little tangent. But I can't wait to finish it. So it's fun finding forgotten gems, you know. So I can't wait to see the full thing and kind of give my take on it. But already I'm just immersed. It reminds me, I think it's a Spanish film. It's a European film. It's called Limits of Control. And I don't quite remember. I saw it at a weird time in my life, being younger, but it stuck with me. It's about this, I guess he's a hitman. This is black guy. And he gets like contracted, but it's very weird how they conduct business. It's like, all right, you're going to be at this hotel for X amount of time. So he's just like, he has like his clothes on his back and maybe one change of clothes. And he's very like precise how he lays his shit out and whatever. Goes about his business. He'll like drink coffee somewhere in the Spanish town, comes back home to the hotel. And at one point he gets like a naked girl. And then she's trying to like have sex with him. And he's like, I don't have sex when I'm on the job. And so she's just like hanging with them in silence all the time and naked the whole time. And then eventually it meets like Tilda Swinton, and they're passing these notes through like matchboxes, and he like reads like the next thing, and he eats the note, takes a train, goes to the next place. Yummy. And it's like, all right. And he starts carrying his guitar around, and then like the crescendo ends up like he takes one string of the guitar, and that's his killing device. He chokes out Bill Murray, who is the target. And it's not like funny, you know. And it was just like, I need to watch it again.
It is probably kind of funny seeing Bill Murray get strangled, though.
Well, given I hate most of his movies, it's pretty satisfying.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like the actor, like.
Well, I didn't really have that thought at the time seeing it, but it's just maybe it's because it's like a foreign place and it's more intimate, like getting into like experience the culture with the character, just kind of being in these environments. He goes to like, I guess it's flamenco. Because like this bar and they're playing flamenco while this like woman's doing like the cookies and like tap dancing, but it's not like festival. It's like romantic and passionate. And I would put it somewhere. It's not nowhere near as like intense, but it's like, I'd put it somewhere around Collateral. So it's a very unique experience. Definitely one we got to check out. Because it's just I don't know of another film like it. But yeah, we're talking about this because of, I was thinking like, how do we get over here? But yeah, it's because of Draven offering some tangents. Appreciate it. Never heard of Killer's Game. I'll look into that as well. But anyway, carrying on. I don't plan for this to be like a super long stream, but since Rookie's here, get more back and forth. But the next thing in regards to this is seeing Max's video and then seeing I watched Film Threat. I'm not going to copy their points, but the article they're talking about, it was like Max and that, and then the fact of this movie, it's so good for the MCU being in a slump. And Thunderbolts, I think, was really good too, because it was smaller. I think the budget's probably way overdone, but it just felt smaller and like kind of a breath of fresh air,
Yeah, the way Mahler and them kind of put it was like a lot of the other MCU movies of late has been like 1s and 2s on a scale of 1 to 10, and Thunderbolts was like a 4, like a solid 4, maybe a 5. Some of them put 5. So
I think if you saw, I think you'd probably give it 6 or 7.
Maybe.
Like Black Adam's a 5 for everybody, generally. I know you really hate it, but I give it a 5.
I'm like I don't want to see these movies anymore. The type of state, just like the thought. It's like I
don't know if I want to like. I don't have like a draw to see Thunderbolts, but like depending how they develop Yelena, I like what they did with her. She's a great actress. I don't like the guy they picked for Sentry, but whatever. Sentry's like one of their attempts at like a Superman equivalent.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like I am like, maybe a couple years from now I might watch some of these movies I missed or whatever. I don't know. Because I'd rather watch other things, and we still got to finish Saul, and
Captain America. The fourth one is a very frustrating movie because it's like
I did see that one, and God, I wish I didn't. Like
that movie. I was like, if they just didn't have this whole Red Hulk angle, which isn't a bad thing, but the way they developed it was like, especially when Falcon is not even in an Iron Man suit, he's just got wings and a shield, and it's like you're fighting the Hulk. Like in a comic, you can make that work of like insurmountable odds. How does he figure this out?
He's got like super vibranium. He's got like way more tech than like he's way stronger than like Captain America as far as his equipment goes and shit. Like,
yeah,
he pretty much has an Iron Man suit, but it's blood from Wakanda.
Well, here's the thing too. They did the Falcon and Winter Soldier, and so they kind of were making that with the BLM COVID narrative in mind, and being like very much in an echo chamber and dismissing half the country that, to whatever degree, doesn't like that shit. Whether it's, just the way they catch all, think everyone not liking is a racist, or just people like, hey, we had the civil rights, we've had the Civil War, we have affirmative action, we've had like 60 years of integration, we've had a black president. What is with this like betraying America like we're in Jim Crow? Like, this is crazy. So that rubs people wrong. It doesn't like really make sense, and you got this guy being the mantle of America as a symbol and trying to pay lip service to like, they got some good points, it's
but then he's fighting against this fellow black man of Gus Fring. So that should be another black man.
They very much toned that down, but it's still like this kind of overarching energy from the Falcon Winter Soldier, and it's obviously it was rewritten a lot, chopped up, and I think they had some good elements. I think they had some good elements in that plot.
That's the problem with most of the MCU movies, is that there's like good elements, but they suck, and they don't know what to do with them, and they do stupid things all the time. They have like
the main thing I want to get addressed with that is that people argue Bucky should get the shield, not Sam Wilson. And I'm going to tell you flat out, I don't care whatever happens in the comics. Not to say I don't care about the comics, but even if like they have the narrative you want, that doesn't make sense because I know Bucky's this lifelong friend, and he's also juiced from Hydra with their super soldier program.
It's like, both characters shouldn't have the shield, in my opinion. Neither of them need to have the mantle.
They don't need it. They don't need it. He's already Falcon.
They're
but
both established characters in their own
in the
way.
MCU, if you're telling me on paper the plots, what has happened, the threads we know in these movies, it makes no sense to give the compromised former Hydra top assassin be Captain America versus the always faithful, always loyal, risking his life with Captain America having no power, just his wings, former airman. Like he's never faltered, you know. But unfortunately,
he'll be the one to cameo on Ant-Man. That's fine. He'll be there. He'll take that move for us.
But unfortunately, because of the BLM narrative, they wanted to force into Falcon Winter Soldier and kind of have these echoes in the next film. I think that really is the rub for people.
Well, yeah, he was like more in favor of terrorists than like, you know, people trying to save people with John Walker.
Yeah, and it's like it's not terrorists like Star Wars blowing up a military base. It's terrorists after the blip, after the unblip, or what do they call the blips when they come back? So after post blip, when everyone's back and you got this crisis globally of like this surge in this oversurge in population because everyone's back, and the chaos that creates. You're having food issues, so you got these bases. I guess you could say either military bases or outposts, but they're military to distribute aid, food, and whatnot to the overpopulated, you know, populace. And the villain, Flag Smasher, is blowing up innocent soldiers who are at these places to help people. Well, so it's like there's nothing sympathetic about that.
They think that they're controlling the food, therefore they're evil or something, or like, oh, this is enough food to feed people in this area for so long. It's like, yeah, they're trying to distribute the food to last, not fork over all their food to you.
Yeah,
side. Like,
and it's especially in hindsight with Palestine and what the famine they've created, the murdering of civilians seeking aid at the actual aid places, boxing them in, boxing them off. That only makes this whole narrative in that show worse. Well, having a real world experience from today.
And even just worse for like Falcon, because he's on her side.
Yeah,
he's like, she's right. You guys need to do better. She was right. And
John also, Walker, anyone with logic. All right, so here's the weird, like, all right, so John Walker did mess up because he lies, he skews the truth in regards to his friend getting killed in the circumstance, but nonetheless, this is where it gets money too, because he got this black sidekick to the new Captain America, Walker. And in the fight with these Flag Smasher terrorists, he gets killed. He gets killed.
These are normal
guys,
so
he's not getting Flag Smasher, guys. But he gets one of her lackeys and beats his fucking head in, rightfully so. And yet they make him the bad guy for that. Like he's unworthy of the show. And it's like he's doing global justice, not even American justice. It's global. You can say it's vigilantism and taking the law in his own hands. But ultimately, that's kind of the point of having a superhero, especially when the government is sanctioning him.
Well, and he doesn't have superpowers, and he's fighting a super soldier. What is he going to do? Handcuff him? He'll break out of the cuffs.
Like, well, I think Walker took the serum at that point.
Oh, well, still. I don't know. What do you expect
him
to do?
One of the big problems for Falcon is, I have access to this remnant serum. Do I take it? That's like one of the questions, of like taking on the mantle. Do I take
kind of full power? Risk taking the serum like that they could have a deformity happen if they're not sure, because Captain America's was like the only solid one that worked perfectly, I think
Yeah.
that would make a little more sense of risk, because it is annoying to just take the serum. It's like, but there's no consequence if you take the serum. So why does that matter really to you?
Yeah. And so this is like the recent baggage. This is just one of the many little things that have like cut Marvel.
Well, and then they had the whole Isaiah plot thread, right? Where he's like, I was also Captain America and I was back, and they didn't like that. So they had me in prison for my life or whatever.
See,
like,
that guy has a just argument though. Like, even though it's like, all right, you're laying it on thick with like what we're the narratives we're getting today
but
politically.
it's like my point's like it's that it's like, well, we also happened to successfully make a second serum, and then somehow, like, I don't know, like that already is kind of like Captain America's one was a once in a however many chance thing to even make successfully. Like, that wasn't. You see how much they struggle to keep the Winter Soldier going compared to Captain America. Dystopy's done. And Winter Soldier is like a lot more work to keep him super soldiered, essentially. So I don't know. Just like, we just also give one to him, and then but it's a black man. But then we also don't like that, so we're gonna imprison him. It's like, I just feel like you do different things. Maybe I'm pretty sure you wouldn't promote him as much as like a Captain America guy, but I don't think you'd just lock him up. You'd have him do local community things or something that's less military, less like, oh, he's our hero. Like, I don't know. I just really, things like that are also dumb to me. Just wouldn't have it in the plot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on the baggage. And
you work for the president. How horrible. I can't believe you're working for like the best thing you could ever do with our country. I hate that. If they're white and you're black, I don't know, you get it. The man's after you, man.
No, well, like, yeah, I think the Isaiah plot, his worldview makes sense for what he's suffering.
I'm not saying that his worldview doesn't make sense. I'm saying it doesn't really fit with anything here, because they're not even committing like 100% to it. It's like, that's kind of an all or nothing thing. If you like touch on it, but you don't really do it, it comes off as like, why are you even having this here? Like, it's kind of
preaching at us. That's ultimately there's a lot of
like
preaching at us,
sense.
And it's like, oh, the murderous terrorist is the good guy. Actually, the hero should learn from him.
Yeah,
it's like Black Panther. Even though obviously you can pick apart Killmonger is engaging with his worldview, because he's suffered living in like Oakland during the race riots and shit. And so he's got this perspective being in an American black community, and that perception with the police and the history that the community would have had with the police. And then he's, been just cast aside, sins of the father stuff that he's suffering generationally from Wakanda, and how, hey, we're suffering around the globe in this continent that, even closer to you, and y'all do nothing. Fuck you. That sentiment makes a lot of sense, especially when you analyze his upbringing and the historical points that they make whether they're really addressing it or not. The fact that they put him in a historical point, you can delineate what those sentiments would be, what he would have experienced, how he would view what he's experiencing. So Killmonger is an interesting character, despite, my disdain for the overarching point or the purpose of the creators at that point. But yeah, it's like that works more or less for what they do with Flag Smashers. Like, oh God, you are just
like they also on top of it makes Flag Smasher like unlikable entirely. From what I've seen, it didn't seem.
You just hate
pleasant.
women.
Yeah, must be it. Must be it. Well, it's just, again, they all take super serum. None of them have any mutation or defect, or they're all just fine. They don't have to like take a whole bunch more stuff to counter effects or anything. I don't know. I feel like when it's just anyone can have a fucking serum, and then they go, no, but it's seriously the last one this time. It's like, no, but the first one was supposed to be kind of the last one, and then they imply in this universe that the Hulk, the Bruce Banner was trying to replicate it and it fucked up, and you can see other people try to do it and it fucks up. Red Guardian, I don't know, you could say is like a he's not as strong. He's got to eat a lot more, and he gets fat. Unlike Captain America, who could eat more and he stays fit. So there's like side effects to it that's still like, it's not perfect. You don't have the perfect thing because you only had it the one time, and you can't get the minds that were there that had it and made it the same way to work perfectly. So there's still
you saying all this is like, man, I love The Boys, because you're like, oh, side effects stuff, like, yeah, that's like a huge part of The Boys, like, oh, they get the serum now, and it's like, yeah, and it's like cancer, it's like super cancer for Butcher, like it's like hey, you're kind of the only ace in the hole we got, but you're also dying doing it.
Yeah, so like if Flag Smashers we're all gonna die in 6 months, so they have to do this as quickly as possible. But that would make it a little more sense why they're not really caring and being very villainous about it. Like but it's that's so dumb anyway. But that'd be better for them. It's like we took our risk, we risked our lives to try to save whatever people and keep the borders open or whatever. Like, okay, that mean you died for your cause. You're trying to die for your cause.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to analyze, and this is why I kind of spin this video, this stream is. This is why this is good for Marvel. This like punch to the face, like the full bore effort. So just make sure people that might come in here later understand. Fantastic Four, I'm not a Fantastic Four fan. I like the movies from the 2000s, but they're corny. They don't. They're endearing, I guess, especially when you understand the like property rights stuff with the characters. But they did fine in an era where like people didn't really know what to do with superhero films, how to play them, especially with the wacky Fantastic Four. Honestly, it's because of Reed Richards is like a stretchy guy. That's really the wacky part of that team that makes it like hard to figure out how to sell it. Because Sue Storm's just like energy, and invisibility. Like that can be cool and lethal. The Thing's a freak, and then you got his like he can't change, and so he's stuck always being this, and being like with the public. And then Johnny Storm's a flame, so it's like those are all cool powers. And then you got the stretchy guy, and so it's like, oh, does your penis stretch? Like obviously these are like stupid things you think of. And then in the comics he like becomes a hammer. He makes wacky shapes, so he's like the dumb silly part of the team that makes it hard to what do you do with them as a whole. And so I say that because I love the Fantastic Four movie. I want to see it again. I really bought it despite not wanting Pedro Pascal, just because of oversaturation. He did fine, I guess. He didn't make or break the role, he just did it serviceably. Like nothing stood out of like, whoa, he's like really left his mark on this character. He did fine as like smart guy father,
Yeah. I'll be right back, but keep going. I'll be listening. One sec.
But yeah, this film was so good, especially with like the downward slope of just enjoyability. The MCU, this is a nice fresh start to set up big things. And there's a lot of questions like how do they tie into this main universe? Robert Downey Jr. Like there's just a lot of fun, interesting things. And they got a good start, and then to see this floundering is upsetting, because I want this stuff to like be able to like, I want good movies to get rewarded, so like we can keep getting good movies. When you get feedback off of a good movie failing, that tells studios like, well, let's not put effort to make a good movie. Let's make Jurassic World Rebirth, and stupid shit like that. Superman is like TikTok brain rot. I don't say that lightly. It's just like there's nothing, it's not cohesive at all. And there's like this weird fandom on the internet. It's like it's not a good sign for the future generations when they're like, put him with the Batman. It's like that makes no sense. Like that's an adult, like real world attempt at Batman. It's reserved, it's mature, it's grim and dark. And I know that's the contrast Batman Superman, but like this doesn't match at all. Justice League cartoon did great matching, the team ups. But anyway, he wants to do good, and because I like this series, I'm invested for over a decade. You want to see him keep progressing with good stories, try new things. And when you get this like feedback from the lackluster, possibly failure, this puts everything in jeopardy. And it could be a death blow to comic films, you know, and I think this is like arguably the most like fun, expansive, engaging, easy access to normie kind of entertainment, to say the least. I wish I had a more profound word, more specific word, but but anyway, Direct has this article: 5 reasons why Marvel and DC superhero movies no longer dominate the box office. All right. So it's saying the superhero movie landscape has undergone a seismic shift in 2025, with even powerhouse studios discovering that cape and cow doesn't automatically equal cash. And I don't want it to. Yeah, I hate that Superman seems to be break-even success, light success. I hate that because I don't think it deserves it. It's not a good. Mr. Terrific's pretty cool. That's it. There's no. What was the takeaway? What's like the point? What's the message? What is the inspiration? Just be good, like, you know, this like moral relativism of be good, whatever that means. Amoebusly, there's no foundation guiding you. And I know I had this argument with Dan in the reverse, but for superhero films, you need a foundational element that the hero reinforces or that he fails at. You know, that's your baseline, that you're making an argument of why this character is redeeming, why you should look up to him, why you should aspire to this ideal. Recent releases like Thunderbolts and the Marvels have struggled to find their footing despite major studio backing and positive critical reception in some cases. This evolving pattern perfectly encapsulates the new reality facing the big two. Belonging to a super proud franchise no longer guarantees box office dominance. Instead, audiences are demanding something more than spectacle. They want genuine storytelling, emotional depth, and characters who break free from established formulas. Bingo. Good last line there. So I guess this is the first point. Audience fatigue has reached critical mass. Let's read through this before I give my thoughts on it. After nearly 2 decades superhero dominance, viewers are experiencing unprecedented genre fatigue. The Marvel Cinematic Universe alone has released 37 films, while DC has attempted multiple universe reboots, creating a saturation point where audiences can no longer be expected to show up simply because a character wears a cape. Yeah, there's a problem. If you get like Namor, I'm sure a lot of people are like, whoa, Iron Man's or Black Panther's going to fight Aquaman? That's cool. You know, a lot of retards still, you know, they're not invested at all. They just know like an archetypical glance of these worlds.
Yeah.
And that is a fact. Just like Star Wars, you know, like the idea of Rogue One or Han Solo or a Boba Fett film, Obi-Wan show, cool stuff. But people that passively will watch Star Wars because it's a blockbuster are like, wait, where's Darth Vader? Or shit, sorry, that popped up. It was like blaring in my ear, like, what is that? You know, they'll go into this thing and they're thinking, all right, this is the next thing. Oh wait, this is an in-betweener. Where's Yoda? Where's Baby Yoda? Where's the Mandalorian? Like,
that's how my brother was. He thought that Rogue One was after Return of the Jedi.
You know, and that's a factor of like how much are you willing to let. This is why Roka's point is like so sound of like, maybe it's the audiences are fucking retarded. Because like that alone, that one franchise that is, you know, a powerhouse, set the stage, set the standard for blockbusters 56 years ago. You know, even though it's had all this impact on film and culture, the average person still like, oh, that's before. How do I watch this? Like,
no, you're right. Well, like
no Batman, effort to learn anything.
Well, like the Batman, people like they were probably worried that people would think, how is the Batman connected to something else, or the Joker? They're like, the Joker, is that with the DC EU? What are you talking about? It's a different what? Like they can't they can't separate something.
Yeah, and it's like I get that, like, hey, there are the nerds that have like sustained this environment and they know all these continuities, yada yada. And that's not like the average person, but the average person doesn't put any effort into blockbuster franchises that are made for them that are watered down stories for them. They still put no effort, and that's like, how can you tell an expansive story when people are retarded?
How come when I saw Aquaman, I didn't know I was supposed to see something else before that? It's just like you could have just, I don't know, took 3 seconds to look up the movie, and information would probably tell you it's part of a friend. Like, it wouldn't be that hard to figure out if you're gonna spend your money on the movie and your time. It wouldn't be that hard to figure out.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear. It's like I on the surface, this could sound like, oh, nerd, nerd problem. It's like, no, I think this reflects
normal laziness in general from anyone.
Yeah, like, I'm sure there might have been some people that like Fury Road, and then they saw Furiosa, and they're like, what? Well, where's Mad Max? Where's the Thunderdome?
Mad Max. Where's Mad Max?
Where's the Thunderdome? And it's like, this is decades before, like
the different film, guys. Like Rebel Moon, like fatigue on the comment about fatigue. I feel like even with Rebel Moon, there was fatigue because it's like Snyder fatigue in a way. Like,
well, no, people thought it was like, oh, is that a Star Wars movie? Like,
well, it's like his name's been like blasted for so long as far as like, release the Snyder cut, blah blah blah, and we got it, and then he got his own things, and like there's a fatigue I feel, and like as soon as we started watching it was like, like Snyderisms and just the what he's trying, I don't know,
slow-mo weed shot.
Yeah, all his things, all his quotes that he does was there, but it was also worse because it was so bland that like you literally fell asleep.
Yeah,
like you do fall asleep when you're tired sometimes, but I feel you fell asleep, and I was trying hard not to fall asleep myself, and you fell asleep, and it's like I could have fallen asleep too. But I was like, yeah, you fell asleep. I'll stop the movie here. Yes, this is that lame. So there was I feel like we literally passed out from fatigue watching Rebel Moon. It was tough to get that far in the film. It fatigued us.
Recent underperformers like the Thunderbolts, Marvel's Ant-Man, the Wasp, Quantumania. I wouldn't have said that. I wouldn't have said that additional Quantumania. It looked in glance like it was another title. So
yeah.
And the Flash have all fallen victim to this fatigue, despite featuring popular characters, significant marketing campaigns. Even Black Adam, with Dwayne Rock Johnson at the height of his popularity, couldn't overcome audience exhaustion with familiar superhero origin stories. The key differentiator has become emotional authenticity. Superman's success stems partly from Gunn's willingness to present a hero grappling with genuine vulnerability. I would not call it that at all. While films like Love and Thunder and Multiverse of Madness offered more of the same quip-heavy dynamics and multiverse complications that have become standard fare. Yeah, I don't. It's like, this is a valid point, but this is a point with Iron Man 1 in 2008. It's like, oh, should we do the 10 rings? Like, little hint, because like they're going to be lost. Because like if you adapt any of these stories, this is already a can of worms, and we've made it 10 years. It's been foundational films for history. People, the average audience wants to see this stuff, even if they're too dumb to follow. It's not saturated because No Way Home, huge hit.
That's true.
Yeah, and at the same time, Fantastic Four is floundering unexpectedly, despite all its good hype, good story, good family feel. People are seeing just the filming clips that are going around with Spider-Man, Tom Holland for Spider-Man 4, and they're like, "Wow, he's on a tank! Oh my god!" Like, it's like people are excited for cool superheroes or known superheroes. So I don't. This is where I have to counter. Like, I don't know. There's not fatigue. This is like a set genre, because unlike westerns, where it's like there's really only so many stories you can tell with the western. There's infinite stories you can tell with one superhero. Batman is a perfect example of there's 80 years of story with him, and they're so drastically different.
I mean, just look at the movies that have been made about Batman or TV shows and stuff too. You have the Adam West, goofy little things. You've got the the Batman '89. You've got
the cartoon.
You got the cartoon. You've got the Dark Knight. You've got the Batman, which even though that's still more on the dark side, it's very. I wouldn't say that it's like the Dark Knight. The Batman.
No, it's like they went heavy detective with
they
that.
Went very different than that route, and you could still go different routes if you want to. And that's
not even including putting them with other superheroes like the Justice League.
I was about to say, so even with the BVS and stuff, he's in it and he's there and he's doing that version, but you could still do plenty of other types of Batman. So it's whatever.
Yeah, it's very durable characters, some of them. And so I think the fact that the ebb and flow, the bankruptcy era of comics, Batman still flourishes 30 years after that bankruptcy, because
the Joker was still a really good surprise. It was fuck, what?
Because
a good movie.
Yeah, that's where I counter, because it's just in the book medium, it's withstood all the bad times for 80 years, because there's something at the core that's even better than something Star Wars. I'm partial to Star Wars, but there's something more gravitating with superheroes, because we all man, if I could fly, or man, if I could turn invisible, if I could telepath, mind read people, man, those are core.
If I work hard, I can become a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist one day.
Yeah, these are core thoughts of imagination that a child has that adults can still have. Logic, not being head in the clouds, but we all have wishes, oh, if I could do this, that'd be so cool. It's like a root human insight to dream of these fantastical powers or abilities or access to money and equipment. So unlike Westerns, where it's more or less it's I'm on the run, I'm an outlaw, or I'm a lawman chasing that guy, or I got to deal with Indians because I'm a settler, or I'm trying to gold rush, or
there's really a limited amount of stories.
Yeah, it's very limited, because Westerns,
you can't do an Old West in the Antarctic or something, right? Maybe you could, but I don't know if that would really resonate, because I don't think you'd wear your cowboy get up out there, for one.
Well, because when you make a Western, you're stuck with reality. However fantastical, there's this heyday in the 50s of guys with sharp 6-shooters that never run out of bullets, stupid shit like that, for this one-sided hero stories for the kids, Lone Ranger and Hop Along and stuff. But you get to the extreme of really introspection of the genre, of the meta of the Unforgiven, and Once Upon a Time in the West. And you get to, and No Country for Old Men counts as a Western. And so you get into these very heady, cerebral ideas within the Western. But that's as far as you can go. We've already pushed the limits. It's just how might you retool the elements? What specific time period might you play with, or a kind of an untouched piece of land?
You can do stuff in space if you want, or zombies, but it's still I feel at that point you are stretching what it means to be a Western at that point, where it's it's not a horse, it's a different creature this time. And
superheroes are limitless as a template, so they're never going to go away, even if studios don't care about oh, that IP is worthless now, whatever, they'll put it on the back burner. It's not the prime directive, but this has become a staple. This is dictated the box office and studios trying to find their franchises, because it hits the core element of human wish fulfillment, of power fantasy.
Well, even if they don't do the superheroes, Blade is a vampire killer guy who is in that same sort of world, but I wouldn't have made the connection myself that he's a superhero. He's a super vampire guy that's fighting vampires. That's kind of where I'd put it back in the day. And then the Punisher, his family gets killed and he's out for revenge. To me, it doesn't mean it's but that is under the superhero.
Yeah,
category.
Punisher is probably one of the most simple one direction characters, and it's like I kill crime. Like that is Punisher.
Yeah. So like I don't know if people would count that as like if a lot of people saw that type of movie, would that still fall under superhero fatigue? But I also feel like they've been saying there's been superhero fatigue for like 10 years. So like I don't really know how much validation there is to anything with that.
Yeah, it's just they just gotta up the ante. And this is why Invincible, like, you know, they had like a dip with second season, but the third season, especially with Conquest, took off because fuck, it's like you got this Spider-Man, Superman kind of spiritual character in Invincible. He embodies these kind of qualities, but he is going through shit. He is dealing with it in the moment. You know, he's like, I gotta save people, but he's also like seeing his girlfriend get punched to the gut and killed, you know, and
well, he never knows his own limits. He never knows how strong he is or how much he can take. So when he does get punched, like, oh, I'm invincible, but he can actually, ow.
When he does the Langstrom breaking his mom's arm and shit, you know, it's like that Invincible works because it's visceral. It's playing with like, hey, these people punch people, it like can kill them, it can hurt them for life. You know, you got Cecil is damaged for all life. You know, you got the robot cyborg lackeys. You got like Conquest, where you play this idea of like, there's nothing can really beat me, and I'm so good at it that, you know, it's like I'm a freak now.
Even amongst my people of like super strong.
It's like we got like this Aryan Spartan coded society, and I help, you know,
I'm an outcast to them.
Perfect worlds for the mission, and I'm a freak for it. You know, it's like I embody the initiative of our people. You know, he's kind of like this Zod in a way, but he's disgusting. And that is interesting because he's aware of it, you know, and it's all, you know, it's like, actually, I'm so glad when I get to this, because like the only enjoyment I ever get is this thing that has isolated me. You know, I'm trapped. This is the prison I'm in. Like, that's such an interesting idea, you know, and he given their power level, it's like they're beyond morality of common existence, you know, and that's why something like Invincible, despite all the gore that some people will cry about like pussies, I really hate people that cry about gore with superheroes. It's like, you like Wolverine, you know, he has claws that stab people, like
yeah.
That's why Logan's cool, because it's like, finally you get to see like this is what it would look like. It's like a tiger attack, you know, this is brutal. Finally, you know. But yeah, Deadpool, even though Deadpool Wolverine doesn't have like the stay power because of like its actual stories, like just stupid, you know, but even that dumb narrative fucking kamikaze compared to the first two films, it sticks not just because we get to see him and Jackman together, but, you know, it's like the attitude of Wolverine and his existence, and then Deadpool and his own weird nihilism that's like devil may care, you know, that resonates. That's like saying something. You can disagree, think he's disdainful, but you're going to be interested, versus like, I'm Superman and I just do good because good, and I must do good. And it doesn't seem like he's really questioning anything. He just might question like, oh, it could be some collateral damage, but I'm still going to just do the programming. You know, that's fucking boring. That's why Superman's fallen off. So no one cares about Superman. Because you think about the legacy of Superman, he should be $1 billion instant hit, but he's not, because society's aged past him. We see the world more for what it is, the everyday person, you know? And, yeah, so you got to lean into The Boys, Invincible. You got to lean in these like nihilistic shows, these moral relativism shows, you know, people bemoan, but they're speaking to people when they see it, you know, because it's like, oh man, yeah, that makes sense. You know, even though Aaron Paul sucked as the voice of that like electric guy, the sentiment of him, despite him being a whiny bitch, the sentiment of him was like, yeah, that's what would happen in a superhero world where you bulldoze half a city on people's head.
Yep.
But this is the point that tied together the Max video that I was talking about, where he was talking about Roca and his commentary. And he was saying that, like, well, there's a lot of things in the box office. I think, America, he's hinting at, I think he was trying to hint at like Trump. Maybe the box office internationally is suffering because of Trump and like tariffs and our involvement in Israel. I don't quite know what the liberal take of Max would be regarding those. But I actually kind of totally reject that angle. I don't think any of these conflicts matter to the average citizen, even if they're like, fuck America. They want to see spectacle. They don't have a high bar of narrative like we do. Look at Bollywood, look at Chinese films. Chinese
They
can't
want
have good films.
Transformer punch Godzilla or something,
Yeah, like they want stupid, cool, wacky CGI stunts and all that. They don't care how good the plot is. If it looks cool, they're there. That's where they are at with
on
film.
screen when it's action more than words.
Yeah. And so China, we've set ourselves up for failure, China, because while we're like courting China as a major market, can be like 25% of the total box office. Why we've been courting them for like over a decade, just with like Disney. We've been going woke as a country, as studios, thinking that will pander because, like Chinese are communists. It's like, yeah, but they're like a monoculture. They put Uyghurs in prisons and they sterilize them.
Yeah, they're more than just, I'm a simple communist. There's more to it than that. They embody what they believe. Usually.
They're banning K-pop because that's fucking gay. Like, that's their cousin literally to the south of them, and they're banning K-pop because it's fucking gay and effeminate. They're putting boys in like gun courses in school. They're having like outside time to do military training. So in their attempt to like, there's this like catch-all whimsy of communism to the American and European socialist, they don't get the Chinese. The Chinese are brutal, and we can think that they're brutal now and totalitarian and whatnot, but I was watching something like real politics stuff, and it was like, say what you want about the calamity of Maoism and stuff taking over China. This has led to them getting to like 95% above the poverty rate. Like they just got a few percentile left that are in poverty in China. However poor we think they are as individuals, they're not suffering like they were in 1970. So there's been a collective good in their policies, at least in the short term. And they have a culture, and so they're starting to, before it was like, we'll play with America, but no, they're pretty much like stonewalling the West, especially with entertainment. And again, Korea is literally, they're bordered to the south, and they're banning Korean shit. So we have set ourselves up for failure. We've really been banking as a total studio system on getting a Chinese cut for the domestic box office, possibly like 25% for some movies. Avatar will make that money because it's a spectacle and it's a simple film. It's slightly liberal in a relatable way. It's a lot about like naturalism that we all kind of, at some point at least, we all think like, if life were simpler, if we were just, making fires in the forest, living in a cabin with like tribe, we all around the globe with industrialization think about that. So Avatar is going to be fine, but superheroes are entirely American idea, not even like Western, but they're an American idea of like individualism and the individual riding the ship, doing what's right, standing against the monoliths of society. It's very American. It's very anti-Chinese. Not even about communism, just like their overarching bent in history. They are a collectivist society. That's why communism takes hold so easily over there, because they're a collective. And there's all these deep cultural ideas of, you gotta like, they're top first. You conform to the state because the state gives you the security to make the family unit. That's how they think. We think of, we protect the individual, that makes the families, that builds to towns, which builds to cities, which builds to states, which builds to the country. We're bottom up, completely opposite. So like, it's not Palestine, whatever disdain rightfully the international world has for us with that issue, or with tariffs recently, or Trump being in office, etc. That has nothing to do with the average citizen going to the movies overseas. It is, they hate us and our ideas, and they reject superheroes because it's implicitly this kind of Western idea. And then you add gay shit and diversity. These are all the communist Chinese know these are destructive elements for society. So they're not even going to let the people see it to get the idea. Rightfully so, I would say. China's, we don't want to support communism, but they kind of got it right societally, how they've applied it. So I think that is the huge factor of international markets dropping. And also we're in this like global recession. Are we going to crash? That's a huge element too. They invoke here the shift forces studios to create more standalone narratives that work universally, rather than assuming global audiences will follow complex multi-film storylines. The success of Top Gun Maverick and Avatar over superhero entries demonstrates the international markets prioritize emotional storytelling over franchise connectivity. No, I mean, the Chinese are helping us with building Marvel for like a decade, so I don't think it's that.
No.
At some point, they were going to shut off the funds to these spectacles because of the underlying American stuff, but no, they're here for it. But yeah, round Captain Marvels when they start.
Avatar 2 were spectacle movies as well, though. Like
they're spectacle, but they're also simple stories that are kind of global, kind of like Star Wars in a lesser way, not as profound, but
it's primal. It's simple.
Primal.
You don't need to speak English to.
You mean like primeval, like ISOM?
Oh yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, like that.
I got this like one gnat in my house for some reason.
He's trying to give you a message from the future.
Streaming competition has changed viewing habits. Definitely. That's good though. That's good because to compete with streaming and the ease of access at home, you really got to make something worthwhile to get people out of the home. I think that's a good thing. And I think Fantastic Four is suffering from the baggage of Marvel being lackluster storytelling. We got so invested with like Thanos and that story and the payoff and just the spectacle of making it work. We've never seen this. And then afterwards you get this like downward slope narratively. You got to kind of reset in some ways. It worked for Spider-Man, but
like Spider-Man worked as a really good post Endgame sort of film though. Like No Way Home, it didn't need any other MCU movie really. I mean, Doctor Strange was there, but like I don't think we need to know what happened in the last Doctor Strange movie to follow,
Yeah, but when you got to compete with like Squid Game, which you can talk about how that's like a narrative dip over the long haul with its story, it's still like emotionally engaging. It's still got these beats of like, oh no, oh fuck, one of us has got to die.
Like if you killed that guy.
Oh no! Oh, you killed the hot chick in the first episode. What? Come on!
It's the Game of Thrones South Park meme. He's like, everybody really liked him.
Yes. When you got to compete with Squid Game, you can't release fucking Captain America 4. Come on.
Squidward. When you got to compete with Squidward.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd rather be home watching Squidward reruns than Cap 4.
Yeah, Squidward.
So this is the thing too, is I was listening to this video. I got to finish it, but he was raising some very interesting points about these concepts I've never heard of like media ecology. And it's this idea of like how the world ingests media affects media and affects how we deal. It's like this, food web, this cyclical nature. Very interesting ideas. I still got to piece through them. We're talking about like before in like the 40s, the only way you could really see footage for World War II is if you went to the movies. So you get like newsreels basically to start a movie, and then you got your Looney Tunes and stuff like that. And then you get your feature. And your feature might be in theaters for like years. So like I want to say Gone with the Wind, like if you adjust for inflation, it's like a mega like multi-billion-dollar film. I think it sold like I can't remember how many tickets I was doing the math. It had to have sold millions of tickets.
But it's not like that was over the course of a typical movie run that we have today. That's only in theaters for like
so the idea is that before, to deal with cinema, it was a special, not necessarily limited time. It might be the good movie might be in theaters for years, but you have to go to the cinema.
Your family time. You don't always have time to go to the cinema.
Yeah, you had to go to the cinema.
You'd have money to go.
And so it's like a special place, and you might spend a day, whatever, and your dad gave you a nickel for a ticket and a popcorn and a soda and some candy and a comic. Like, you have a real fun day on a nickel being a kid back then. And then comes the TV in the home, replacing radio and giving us access to sitcoms like Dick Van Dyke and shit. And then in the 60s, you got like Andy Griffith and whatnot. So you start getting some like stay home entertainment.
And then when like VHS and
stuff, and then that's the next thing. And then pay-per-view
in the theater or on TV can now be on. You can take it home with you and watch multiple times.
Yeah, originally home media like VCRs were, you're talking about like a month's paycheck or more equivalent. Like,
but still, people got them though. Is what I'm kind of getting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it permeated enough where they got cheap.
But then, also at the same time, people started seeing movies more, right? Because, I mean, I'm trying to think. So, Alien came out like what, the
79.
Well, I mean, yeah, if we're talking about 70s and 80s, going up to that point, even there wasn't VHSs still. So, like, it was however many years, like what, another 15 years after?
Yeah, before, if you had a home media system, you had a projector and reels, and that's a lot of space for one movie because a big movie is like 2 or 3 reels.
Exactly, but so I guess what I'm saying is like, so like when you had movies like, I'm trying to imagine like having Star Wars, but I can't watch it when I get home, or like Alien, and I can't at some point just like watch that at home. As soon as that's available, as soon as you make a copy that you can take home, once they start having home media, then it's like, okay, yeah, the movie experience is extremely different now. You're going to be on your TV a lot more often because you can take it home and watch it.
Yeah, well, think about now. Now we have streaming, all right? And streaming is this cumulative library. Like, they'll change up the roster every month or so, whatever. You have new entries.
Well, I'd say before streaming, we have internet. And now, because of internet, we can have streaming on our phone as well.
Yeah.
So it's like, and it's not just our TV. You can be in the toilet at work or somewhere and watch Netflix. Like,
yeah, like me, I'm like, what do I want to watch? I don't feel like going to the theater today to see Fantastic Four. That's the only place to see it right now for like 3 months. Let me scout Netflix. What am I in the mood for? Oh, The American. That's been on. Let me check this out.
Like the original Fantastic.
That is a 15-year-old film. So it's like before. You might build your DVD collection. You're curating that over time with releases. When I was a kid, Phantom Menace came out, and I fell asleep like right before the big fight at the end, the Duel of the Fates. I was so mad as a kid. So I only heard about what the ending was and didn't see it. And I had to wait like a year for the VHS to come out.
Oh man, yeah.
That helps the theater run when you make people wait. Hey, you can only see this grand spectacle, for
There's a
like
limited
6
window of
months.
time here. Yeah.
Yeah, so that you gotta go.
And then the only time you can see it after it's out of theaters is waiting a few months or a year or so later till you can get it on VHS.
Yeah, and then we're going to
Unless
do
you
that
can.
for the next movie that you're already invested. Now we got a new one coming. So you're going to be rewatching your tape, getting ready for the next exclusive theater experience.
Yeah.
Now you have a digital library access, or if it's not available with the initial, it's funny. I just thought this is like the OnlyFans model for real. Cause you have like your initial library, you have your initial like open door access to the lobby, but then it's like, oh well, like that's not streaming anywhere, but you can stream it through us for an extra fee for that one specific thing. That's how OnlyFans works. Like, hey, you can see like my standard lewd pictures, but if you want to see the goods, you gotta like pay $50, bro. So it's like, yeah, you paid $5 to see like some easy Twitter shots, but you want the good stuff, or you want the curated, you gotta pay up. And it's kind of funny. I never put those two together, that they're working on the same model. But yeah, and so yeah, even with direct purchase exclusivity, it's still on this digital library, and so even if it's something I want to see, if I'm just tired or I don't want to spend the money, I can just fill the time and catch up on shit I never saw before, or watch reruns because we're all nostalgic,
Well, that's the thing. Well, I mean, that's the thing that I was going to say too. Now is that we're in an age where movies have been around for so many years, and there's so many movies that have been around before we were even born. Like we can, or even if there's ones that came out after we're born, like we're not going to see everything at every age. So like, there's a lot of watching old stuff that fills our time these days too. So very different experience with film and movies and stuff these days, for sure.
Sorry, I've just seen this message of a tweet about Vito. Someone tells Vito, "You're being too much, Vito," or as a girl said to me once, "You're being a lot. Stop feeding trolls and getting worked up about shit that won't matter in 5 seconds." And someone says, "The veto system, V, vaguely imply, I, ignore advice, T, tire out, O, oppose improvement." The veto system.
God, no, I hated watching it too. Or Dick's like, or Vito's like, "Well, what's the problem? What can I fix? Don't do this and don't do that."
Well, like what exactly about the?
It's like, no, you heard what I said. Do you not understand what that is? If you understand what that is, that should not be hard. But you do it too. You asked me what you could do to make it better for me, and this is what I said. And then, but I don't know why. It's what are you doing?
It's not why is that a problem for you? It already is. Stop. And it's like when stuff happens, like I want to be Team Veto. I'm a Team Veto guy. I'm a veto file. But then, like, man, he really tests us.
Makes it really hard.
He makes it hard. Veto makes it hard. You heard it here, folks. Veto makes it hard.
Makes it very hard.
Oh man, I saw this clip. I won't play because I don't know if this is like. I mean, I probably already have played something copyrighted. They'll demonetize this, but there was some kind of jubilee. Oh, this is a jubilee thing. A brokey whining to a billionaire about his wealth immediately caved and glazed the billionaire. So this black guy in like, look, you might mistake him as a homeless guy if you saw him on the streets. He's got like a fro, which I like fro. So he's got like Ben Wallace hair, but he's got like a loose T-shirt looks like from the Goodwill or something. Got holes in it, and he's talking about like, oh, you got jet stuff, you talk about all this stuff, but like, what are you doing to help like people like us? Struggling to pay bills. Like, I'm missing work to be here for this. Yada yada. So then the guy just pulls out 100. And then but then while the guy's like, oh, thanks, and walking back, it's like, whoo, got a $100 bill. The rich guy says, he makes a point to go like, don't buy marijuana to the homeless looking black guy. And so I was like, I said, don't buy marijuana. I was like, Unc has been here before. Like, that's like, you got all these lib shit kids, and he's like, here, we pay off $100. Shut up, But he makes the point, even getting, nagged at by lib shit, poor kids, gimme. He enables it, and he's still kind of racist. It's so refreshing. I love it. His first instinct, his first good piece of advice, don't buy marijuana. Like, he didn't say that as just like a offhand. He said that like that's experience. It's a very specific request.
Yeah.
So that's just a funny aside. I love it. Let me see. But yeah, this next one is quality writing trumps brand recognition. We're kind of already said that's kind of obvious. And that's why I hate Superman getting rewarded. That's why I hate Jurassic World getting rewarded. That's why I hate Fantastic Four suffering. Because I think it's like, I don't really know. I don't know Fantastic Four lore, but I don't know what else you could do to make this better. And so you'll see all these comments saying like, this is, the retards that didn't see it parroting Az and Friday Night Tights and shit, saying, oh, that's what you get for another girl boss, because Sue is like the difference maker, along with the Silver Surfer giving the literal final push into the wormhole. And they take that as woke because it was a woman doing it. It's like, I mean, she died doing it. What,
well,
like,
in context, isn't it like more so the mother doing it, not really the woman doing
exactly. It? Like, this should be totally right-wing coded. This should be total like MAGA victory. You got this pro-life message. A mother risking hers to save her child.
It's not, I know I'm stronger than you. It's, I will protect my family. Not, there's a difference in that type of shout.
Yeah, like, ultimately they fall into the trope of, I revived you, but it's actually only because you got this magic baby mutant, that it works to do that trope in this setting. Otherwise, they have an earned death and an earned emotional low point to like give you the cost, the toll of this duel. And I think it's still there despite the revival, because again, it's a mutant child that, this is the fuck, so it's, finally seeing some of the ability of this kid that, makes sense why Galactus wants him, I guess, And so it's just frustrating that you're hearing what used to be justified, like Captain Marvel commentary being thrust on this movie, that, because of how things have gone, you're once you're awake to it, you're kind of looking for it. You're looking like, all right, where's the woke going to be? Where is it? Where is it?
Come on.
It never showed up. Wow. Cool. Wow. That was good. That was good. They never preached at me. Awesome. Fuck.
That's apparently one of the
That's what we want, right?
That's apparently why people love Happy Gilmore 2, because there's no woke shit in it.
Yeah, I saw this video of Rob Schneider. Like, it's Rob Schneider, I guess, interview or clip or something, saying that like Sandler, if all these people have canceled me, Sandler, with no need to, and only to his potential detriment, he's like, if I'm making a movie, you always have a job. And it's like, fuck. But you got to have a little caveat there, given that, we're in the Israel-Palestine genocide. They're both Jews. So what sounds like an endearing Mel Gibson helping out Robert Downey Jr., it's like, no. This is Team Jew,
I guess,
this is, maybe not in its entirety because they have like 30, 40 years of history.
If Adam Sandler offered Mel Gibson a job in every movie he gets.
Right. So that would be the full damn respect, bro. You know, you're really standing for something. You're going against the grain. That does not help you. But it's Rob Schneider, who is also a Jew. So it's like asterisks on this.
Well, it's like, okay, so it's funny to say that because it's like, yeah, he has a job and he's in the film for 3 seconds, but it's like he's in his imagination happy land and just goes, "You could do it."
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, I know that's a reference, but like
I was saying you had a nerd way, sorry.
yeah. But it's like, I know it's a reference, but it's like, wow, that's so lame. That's all you gave your friend. Like, he's not like your friend in the movie or nothing. Like, he's just a guy in your imagination for 3 seconds. Like,
yeah. Hey, nerd way. I don't know if you'll jump at it or not. I don't know if you're busy, but I want to send you the link because I've been thinking about you because I got piles all in this room of comics and graphic novels and volumes that I need to get through. But you know, the reason I picked this random time to stream. Oh, okay, this is what I'm gonna tell you, Ricky. Let me get this link to Nerdway first before I forget. Zoom out of this. Messages. Nerdway. There you are. Here is. Because I feel really bad that I still have not reviewed your book and left you at least a on Amazon. At least like, well, once I read it, I will put it. I'll make one on YouTube to give you whatever help I can. Good commentary. If it's good, if not, I'll try to be not. I won't lie, but I'll try to be diplomatic or whatever the right word is of like. Not trying to sour your career, but I'll be constructive.
It's not for me, but give it a shot. Back it anyway, something like that.
Yeah. Hey, I've seen your comment. It's like, fuck yeah, let's talk about Fantastic Four, man. But before that, I wanted to get with Rookie. So I had the stream set for like 7:50 today.
I saw that.
Having some breathing space after work. You know, and get ready. And then here's what happened. So I just got the iPhone 16, like Super Max Plus or whatever, the like biggest one, terabyte. Because I got an iPhone 14. So I do the trade. And they do it weird now. Because like when I first got an iPhone and the second iPhone, they'll do the transfer in the place. Now it's like, hey, you sign up for the trade-in. We mail it to you and then you fucking do it. But if you can't, for some reason, we'll charge you $30 for it. But I'm military, so I don't have to pay that. But the transfer didn't work. And so I had to go in and they did it for free because I'm military. But I still have to like clear my phone and then give it to them within 30 days. And so I'm ready to do that. And I did my transfer. It's complete. Been using this phone for like 2 or 3 days now. It's great. And then I'm like, all right. Let me log into this account for this app and then I'll clear my phone. It's like, where is my trade-in phone? That's $1,000. Where the fuck is it? So then I start trying to clean everything in the house to help minimize and check off like, all right, it's definitely not here. It's definitely not in the couch. It's definitely not in the fridge. It's not in the dryer. It's not in the cupboards. It's not in my spoon drawer. Like I was literally looking everywhere just to like be redundant and make sure. And then for some reason, I thought maybe that day I did the transfer. It was right before work. So maybe I brought both phones into the car and then left it where like my lunchbox is. And it's not there. And then I just happened to check. This is like 2 hours of cleaning and fretting. And then I just happened to like reach in the back sleeve of my driver's seat. I hid it there because like, well, fucking any robbers aren't really going to put effort to search in that, it was such a good hiding spot. I couldn't find it. So that completely derailed. So then I called Katie after like, while I'm trying to clean, I was talking to Katie catching up. And then I called the pawn shop after that. because they had a Epiphone SG. It's not a Gibson, but I love an SG. I need an SG AC/DC. That's the devil horn guitar. And they had one in the window for $300. And so I called about layaway. Like, how's your layaway work? It's like, oh, just 20% down. Then like, as long as you're paying on it, well, that keeps extending the layaway for however long you need it. And so I'm like, grab that. And that is what has transpired for why I'm 5 hours late to doing the stream today.
Yeah, because I saw you're going to be live. I'm like, oh, hey, I'm not working today. I'm going to see he's live this morning. I'm going to jump on and see what's going on. And I went and like, there's no live. I'm like,
typical Angus late.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like, I've done this before in the past, and it's like, this is not me being lazy. Like, I am trying to save $1,000.
I think you said it to AM instead of PM. I thought you were setting it for 4 PM or something, and next time you put AM.
I was so next. I'm like, oh my god, like the audience I have, they're accustomed to like my whiffing and stuff, and I'm like, of course today I'm like ready. I had a good day at work, no issues. I'm not tired. And put the effort in. I got like this collective of thoughts from investing in YouTube subscriptions that I have, and got like a cohesive, thought here that I want to get out. It feels purposeful. Hey, you're missing $1,000. Like, fuck. So that totally fucked me. But yeah. But this is like the start. Definitely not gonna guarantee like daily uploads, but I'm trying to definitely be doing weekly whatever aside from All American Beef. So I'll be switching to day shift again, so I won't have multiple Thursdays in a month precluded for the rest of this month. But I got this new drive. I love detracting the Rippaverse and stuff, but it's just like around Bloodruth and Yaira too, it just like slowed down for me. It's just something is just stopped, and then I've just been feeling weird. Nothing really bad, just like stuck. And now I feel this energy because of Fantastic Four. I started reading a little bit of Hickman's Fantastic Four. I'm reading his New Avengers and Avengers, trying to get through to read Infinity and Secret Wars and be like kind of in the know for the Doomsday and Secret Wars. Mm-hmm. And the Fantastic Four is surprisingly just so good. So I just got this good energy. I hate Superman 25. And so I'm in it. I'm investing. I'm revamped. And then EVS has done ISOM 3. And so I'm waiting for that to get in the mail. I've caught up on everything besides Norfolka as far as purchase, waiting for that. So I'm going to start detracting properly again with reviews. And then reacting to EVS reviews and, countering or promoting his viewpoints. Hmm. So I got a new whiff of energy, and this stream is my Fantastic Four reboot of detracting.
Awesome.
So that's where I'm at. And so, yeah, I'm like trying to organize my house, and then, this $1,000 phone fiasco happened, got in the way of that cleaning. But yeah, I'm trying to go through and reorganize this room because I've let it go chaos. I got like 5 piles of stuff I need to organize. And yeah, your book's here with the CG stuff that Rookie sent me, and some CG stuff I got from like old CG stuff I got from an eBay auction a long time ago. And I'm like, fuck, that's where your book is. I've been looking. I thought it was in the bathroom on my shelf, and it's like, fuck, it's not there. Then I forget. And I just happened to come across it. I'm like, fuck, I need to read this.
I know I messaged you this before and stuff. When you read the book, if you don't like the book, if there's something you don't like, I can take criticism. I'm not going to come back at you and try to put it off on you and say what it is you don't understand the business of writing.
Yeah, so, no, I wasn't like prefacing for that concern. It's just, we're all on the same team. Now, it's not me kid gloving you that I'm like preparing you for if I don't like it. Mm-hmm. The first couple chapters I liked. There's like weird nitpicks I had that might be valid for just like being something you just aren't conscious of. You're not getting the feedback yet, so you're not even going to be aware of it. But it was I was saying that of like being diplomatic in the sense of like giving you criticism without being dismissive of like, well, I'm not coming back again, you know, of like wanted to be constructive and be going in with the purpose of like it or hate it, when it be constructive for your benefit, because like we're in this ecosystem together.
Yeah.
And so regardless, I want it to be beneficial, whichever way it goes, and try to be that with our collective. Now, like Mike Barron, there's like this weird energy around him with the fans that like hype him up in modern day with CG stuff. I've read Bronze Star, shit, Gooding. So he's on my shit list, you know. And then I see that like thin blue line. It's like, what is this, like MAGA bait, you know? You know, so like I just already have a bad feeling about that if I ever read it. So he's on my shit list, you know, because it's like, this might be controversial, but I think EVS is in this weird predicament. It's kind of the figurehead of CG, not just because he's the copyright owner or whatever, the trademark, but he is the focal point. And he's in this horrible position in this fledgling movement. And, you know, you say it's been around for like 10 years now, but it's still fledgling versus the mainstream. So finding our footing. And he has to deal with, right from the get-go, the baggage of this label is Nazi comics. And so you have to work uphill from that. And so any past star from comics mainstream he can get hands on deck, he's not going to turn away because it can benefit, the recognition could benefit. But unfortunately, you get in this kind of George Strait or AC/DC problem of these guys are going to rest on their name, their legacy, and they're not really batting at 100. And so I think with the outings we've had of Mike Barron, I feel like I'm getting gaslit.
Yeah.
And with the fandom, that will hype him up. And then EVS, because like EVS is stuck, he's got to promote the bigs, that any big that will come and participate. He's kind of got to promote them to try to make a roster to validate this position of we're at the bottom, you know, against the big two and their connections to media. Because these companies also own like CNN and ABC, which is news, you know, so the effect of Disney or their umbrella corporations underneath saying you're a Nazi will spill into news. So, you know, so I have that awareness. I don't think people want to talk about, or, you know, it's just, I don't know if people have crossed that in their head, this line of thinking, but this is the impossible position EVS is in. And so I think he lets some low quality get in because they have a past, you know, and so no one's talking about it. And then also I think there's like just this low bar of like, well, it wasn't woke, and it's like typical heroism. The good guys are good. That kind of like juvenile comic fandom that is just off-putting to me. So that's the whole where I'm like, this is the awareness I'm working with in dealing with like going into reviewing people's stuff and trying to be constructive, but like not wanting to promote shit I don't like, you know, if I don't like it, you know, so it's like, it's a weird space to be in, because you don't want to be the guy friendly firing, but if you friendly fire, that also shows your integrity. So, but that'll put a lot of people off. So it's like, what, you know, reviewing within the space is a problem. And then the position EVS is in is a problem of how you manage it. So that's what's going in my head when I'm like prefacing how I'll go about reviewing.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've always said, you know, you need real criticism if you're ever going to get any better. Because if people just keep patting you on the back and go, hey, that was great, you're never going to get better. You're never going to know what you need to fix. So having people, you know, especially people that you trust, come at you and say, hey, I read your book. Here's what I liked. Here's what I didn't like, or here's what I thought you could do better. I will absolutely take what I could do, what I could do better, and fold it into my next attempt. I know my sister, good person. She's not she's superhero stuff is not her thing, but she reads my books. So I gave her my first book. She read it. I gave her the second book. And I said, so what'd you think about it? She goes, well, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I'm like, okay, tell me what's going on. She goes, this book was a lot better than your first book. I'm like, well, that's what I want. I want this book to be better than my first book. I want my third book to be better than my second book. I want each book to get, increasingly better so that eventually, when someone says, hey, did you hear Steve wrote a book? They want to go out and get it. So yeah, I'm fine with criticism. I don't mind the criticism. I got a lot more thick skin than some of the other people out there in this in this sphere. I don't have big bearded crybabies, defending me every day. So
I'm pulling up your Amazon page just so people can see what all you got. Wrong button. Here we go. So this is Nerdway's page. It's got 5 titles available on Amazon. You can do Kindle. All the Kindles are free, or
they're free if you have Kindle Unlimited.
Okay,
but it's $2.99 for the ebook, $9.99 for the book.
Yeah, so this is one I got, Wrath and Blaze. One I need to review. Got it right here. It's good artwork. Is this AI or?
That is. I mean, I know there are some people who are against AI, but I'm doing this on the cheap. I can't afford. I'm
not against it. I was just curious because it's the kind of art where it's like it's hard to tell if it's AI or if it's an artist because it's at that level of like it's pretty good, but is it just because you see it enough, you kind of can like.
I'll take AI stuff and then I'll run it through a bunch of filters just to try to get rid of some of the telltale signs and make it look more presentable.
What is so if anyone watching this later or now, what would be the starting point? What's the book of like if you want to read me, start here, or your best one if they might be different picks?
If you want to start, I'd go to Deadlock. Not this version you have on the screen. That's the old cover. That's out of print.
Okay.
The Deadlock at the top is
okay. So this is like an updated remaster.
Yeah, well, it's the same story, just a different cover. I wanted to try to make all the covers look similar.
Okay, yeah, some cohesion. And what would you say is your best if it was just one book, one and done? That's the one you're selling.
Probably. According to Amazon, Deadlock is my best book.
Okay. That kind of works out if like your first is seemingly your best, then they can just start from the beginning.
And then Wrath and Blaze, that's kind of it takes place between books 1 and 2.
Oh, okay.
But you don't have I wrote it in a way that you don't have to have read any of them if you just want to read this one.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the first couple chapters I read, it felt like we're just dropping in from the start of a story. So yeah, so far I can evidence that from what I've experienced. I'll have to reread it, but it's only 75 pages, so it's not hard reading. It's just I got so much I'm trying to. Let me see. It says 100 pages with. But yeah, it's a good font spacing, pretty clear to read. So, got a good format here.
Yeah, this story actually started as a monthly title. I put one chapter out a month online for people to read it for free, and then I kept it out once it was done. I kept it out for a while, and then I took it down and I cleaned it up, did a little bit of editing, and decided to put it out as a book.
It's pretty cool. It's like it's a growing project, not just narratively, but you're always like rejiggering it a bit. It's kind of cool. Also, but yeah, let me put this shit. No, it's the streamer. Oh, hi. We got Dennis Rodriguez saying hell, and we got Alfonso Riley. What's up? Yeah, we've already me and Ricky have already really gone deep into the Fantastic Four box office and all the extended tangents that relate to that. And this surprise of such a good movie getting nosediving, kamikazing into the ground with the box office, and what does that mean, for this style of film and also the franchise, and does it reflect lingering problems? And ultimately, I don't think so. And I guess the main takeaway I would say is this is a good wake-up call, because I think the biggest thing for the invested fandom is a fatigue with like lackluster storytelling. You're not getting your best. Captain America feature film should not be less than Daredevil, spin-off sequel show from the Netflix show, kind of, like that was such a good show in the world. Captain America with Red Hulk should like completely supersede that. So that's the kind of world we're in right now. And then the Kang stuff that really didn't work, and they're having to figure out a reboot without rebooting, so those are the problems. But I think it's a good, like, them not coasting with such a great effort. I think long term, I think Fantastic Four will have a huge fandom if they continue this lineup, but this is just the growing pains from the lackluster 4 or 5 years, basically, besides Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I like Loki too. I haven't finished Loki, but I really like the Loki show. I know a lot of people sleep on it or dismiss it, but I think it's a really cool concept, because it made me do a little research religiously of Catholics and like Jews about predestination versus free will. And I found out that, even if you're just thinking like Torah, this is an idea that it's the paradox that they accept if it's both at one, it's like, so it's a show based on like real world thoughts that influence culture changing religions. So that's like the meta appeal of that show, on top of Loki as a person, as a character, seeing him kind of face his sins in a drastic way.
Yeah.
It's just, man, this is good. Great performances, wacky scenario, wacky cast. It's like, this is weird comic shit. You're stepping like Doctor Who kind of shit. And I'm not a Doctor Who fan, but the premise style of Who, I can see the appeal. So let me see. Let me make sure I share this link. So if you want to check out Steven's books, he recommended just start with the first one, Deadlock, or Wrath and Blizzard. I got this kind of, what you call it, like kind of an anthology story.
It's a novella. It's a very short origin story of our two heroes, Wrath and Blaze. And
Ben says, "Where's all the white women at?" Yeah, yeah. I mean, at first I'm like, "Huh," but it's like, "Oh yeah, my thumbnail. It definitely warrants that question." Hope you like it. I'll find her link if you want to follow her. If you want to simp for this fetching doll on the thumbnail, I'll get you that shortly. But Steven, so what did you think of Fantastic Four? What was your takeaway? And are you like a long-term invested Fantastic Four guy, or is it just, hey, I like comic movies and let me check that one out?
No, I collect Fantastic Four comics, have for a while. I was looking forward to this movie. I thought it was entertaining. I actually took my daughter to this thing. I didn't think she'd go. I said, "Hey, I'm going to go to the movies. You want to come with me?" She goes, "Yeah." Oh, okay. And at the beginning, she leaned in. She kept asking me questions like, "Who's this? What's that? What's going on?"
Fucking women.
I'm like, save all your questions till the end. And she kind of sat back and enjoyed the movie, and yeah, I mean, it was a good movie. I didn't think Sue was a Mary Sue. I didn't think the female Silver Surfer was bad. I recognize where they fit into the story. Reed's doing his thing. He's doing his sciencey thing. He's at the blackboard. He's building these crazy inventions. So you have to have somebody, go out in front of everybody and kind of be the face. Might as well have it be Sue. She's not doing anything.
Yeah, she's like a diplomat in the comics a lot of the times, right?
Yeah. So let her, let her go out there and I'd much rather see her, come out and talk than any other guys. So I really don't understand the hate this movie's getting. I mean, yeah, Pedro Pascal, people are tired of seeing him in everything, but him being in this movie didn't ruin the movie. It didn't derail it. I was able to look past him and see Reed Richards.
Well, it's funny because you would think to derail this, they would really be pushing his tweets or his Instagram of like losers and 65 losers and 45 losers in 2020, Nazis or Confederates or MAGA, that narrative. I've seen that once or twice brought up again, but I'm not seeing, at least in the Twitter space, not even in the criticism on YouTube I'm watching of like, more of the kind of reject kind of people, zero lights, not seeing that be at the forefront of the criticism. It still feels manufactured. It feels like they're playing on the like, hey, we all hate Pedro Pascal, right? He's just God. He won't. They put him in everything now. Like that grandpa narrative, I guess. Like other than that, I'm just seeing a lot of like jokes on Pedro of like different sex memes. It's like Pedro when he has slight anxiety, and it's like gratuitous sex. It's like, yeah, no, it's definitely in the Me Too, post Me Too era. This is kind of on everyone, especially guys who've been told like saying hi to a woman is rape. Like we're all kind of, even if we fought this narrative and this acculturation, it's wormed into our brains, the awareness of this being something to be conscious of. So I think that's really why a lot of people are memeing on this anxiety angle with them groping Vanessa all the time. And it's like, hey, man, we should be bros. We should put the politics aside or hate seeing him and everything. This bro hacked the code. He hacked the psych babble of women. Every bitch makes a narcissist video because she heard her therapist say it and validate her bullshit one-sided narrative. And now you got Pedro's like, I have anxiety, so I gotta like fill you up, lady. Like, dude, he won. Men, my favorite Nick Fuentes quote: "Men win again." That's why I tweet that all the time. He won. He figured it out. We hacked him, and it's kind of like I don't know if you saw this, the BBC surprisingly did this article a couple years ago. Very interesting, very not PC. It was interviewing lesbians who have had trans women girlfriends. So men that are, transitioning or whatever. And basically a lot of these women who are lesbians, whatever reason, get into relationships with these biological men. And they feel trapped because they don't want to be a transphobe. And so they're basically letting themselves get raped to not be. It's literally as wacky as like the trans shooter in Tennessee. She was bullied by black people. She's bullied by black kids, but she went to this school because like, well, I'm going to kill kids, but I don't want to be racist. Like, this is how psychotic the modern politics has influenced people. It's not just a like bathroom issue argument. It's not just, is there two genders or is there more? This is really wormed into this weird, like, anti-racism is the superior god of our society. And I'm trying to do research like when, you can blame Obama, but the groundwork to get any blame on Obama goes back decades before him. So he's like Trump now. Trump is the symptom of the decay. Obama before that is the symptom of the lingering indoctrination before that. So I'm trying to figure out, where did it start? Where is the, you could say 65 because of like the pill and Roe v. Wade, that little window, but I'm trying to, I feel it's way more insidious than like a long-term slow bleed. But yeah, I think it's just really weird. I feel like the manufactured hate on this movie it's so unfortunate.
You look at all the, the nerdrotics and like the heel versus babyface and others in that zero realm. It's like they're reading from the same script. If you look at all their YouTube videos, and they're putting Fantastic Four flop. I mean, you can't watch a video without seeing Fantastic Four flop. And why are they pushing so hard for this thing to be a flop? I mean, I love superhero movies, and yeah, we had quite a decline in quality after Endgame, but it feels like between the Thunderbolts, which I enjoyed,
that's a good one too.
In this movie, it feels like they're actually trying to come back. They're trying to say, okay, we did bad, we weren't the best. Now we're actually trying to make small steps forward. And you'd think if we want more superhero movies, we would say, you know what? Yes, we can recognize that they had some stinkers in the past, but let's take this as some positive steps and get behind them and find ways to get people out there to see these movies. But I think they've got themselves so embedded with their fans that if they make a move like that, they're all going to turn around and call them Disney shills, and they're going to lose all their super chat money. So they can't turn around and do that. So they have to, no matter how good this movie is, they have to keep bad mouthing it.
Yeah, I know. Like that was like, I still cling to the moniker, the title, Fandom Menace, because that's where I started. And the idea of like, we want to make our voices heard in this like internet populist movement to right the ship, to like tell the studios like, we're in charge. You're going to hurt if you don't please us. But, for my own criticism, tempering that with like, I don't like that thing, but I think it was worth attempting, having that nuance, so I'm not just a like Luke Skywalker, like the narrative of Last Jedi could have worked. The Luke Skywalker being, going through this kind of police idea of like, what's the point of fighting crime? There's more crime. Like that's kind of the narrative of Luke Skywalker. And like, that's an age old philosophical like problem of evil recognition, and, I did all this just to lead to a new Darth Vader, who's my blood. And I'm seeing him at the start. So logically, like, what if I just kill him now? Like that's a human pathology. It's not that he acts, it's that he thinks about it. That's reasonable. And that's the sin though, with perspective. But so like, I give a lot of what classic Phantom Menace people would just never give that leeway. It's like, there is a redeemable narrative here. I just was talking about Captain America 4, where I'm like, I'm a total defender of Sam Wilson inheriting the shield, because I have no problem with it being a mantle, and he's the worthy successor. He's always been true. He's not compromised. He's not Hydra, so I'm I feel like I'm pretty rational, but I noticed this early on. I noticed this of like, that's why I like Mad Max, even though we've totally diverged even beyond like our initial meeting and stuff, but I still respect him. But he kind of saw it of like, they're grifting, and it wasn't obvious thing, because it's like, well, no, they're our representatives. We pay them super chats to go on our behalf to like be these prime polished faces against, what they're doing. Go as an ambassador to the Star Wars expos and, haha, you suck, and we're here. Hey, we're on the ground covering this, and everyone in the chat hates you, Kathleen. Good stuff, good stuff. It's fun. We're in on it. And I guess it's kind of like the Trump 16 energy in its own way. But yeah, they really lost their way. I noticed like there was this it didn't really make news. But a lot of people don't know. So I don't know. How long have you been watching Phantom Menace? Do you go that far back or?
Oh, yeah. I go. I remember when the World Class Bullshitters.
Yeah, that's where I started. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do you remember this guy Stephen Wayne Art? He had like this logo for us. There was like the Phantom Menace like font, but then there was this logo of like a Skeletor headed stormtrooper.
I don't know if I remember that or not.
All right. So anyway, he made this, and then for some reason, this 501st like leader in like Europe just tried to tag everybody in the Phantom Menace, all the high ups, Nerdrotic, Star Wars Girl, Jeremy, etc. To like, maybe she mistook, but it was like targeting this guy for trademark, like copying whatever their logo, 501st. And it's like, we're in America, we have free speech, and by extension, we have parody laws. And then they're trying to be like, we're a charity. And they're like, all these posts are like, I remember you being in suit and, you know, holding a cancer child's hand, and you're mocking this. And it's like, and then you just show them like SNL charity skits, you know, like, go fuck yourself. And then when she got all this clap back from the Phantom Menace Collective, she magically is in the hospital and takes a picture of like her like vitals machine. Is, you know, basically implying that like our brigading against her has like led to like emotional distress to the point of physical ailment. Yeah. And trying to vilify. But guess what? It never made big news. And so I was like one of the only vocal people being a little channel of like, fuck you. So I look like this ass because no one else with authority in our ranks is stepping up, because they made some kind of hush hush deal where they thought like, well, this will be bad PR if we're going against, like, even though we're against them, we're not going to vocalize it. Like, it seemed like there's some sort of backroom deal with that fiasco. And that was like my first sign of like, these people are fake as fuck. And I'm not going to leak, you know, I'm going to say where, but I just saw some stuff in one of these chats I'm in, of old chats with some Rippaverse people talking about, well, you'll see it eventually. Watch Trashcast maybe tonight or whenever, you're going to see this get exposed. But got some Rippaverse people being like, hey, Ethan, what's up? I want to know about like making toys in America. And then for no reason, like, yeah, just so you know, like, these geeks and gamers and F&T, they like talk mad shit about you, and they're like totally fake, and they don't want things to be better because they'll have nothing to sell videos for, because they're not creative. They have nothing else to pivot to. They just gotta hate. So there's gonna be a huge exposure once this trash case happens. It's gonna be it will have a real effect, diminishing them, but no, it's just gonna be an exposure. Another thing that got me with them was I've been a major Doomcock hater pretty much like a year after he came on the scene with Star Wars. I really liked the persona. It was fun. You know, it's so creative, but fuck that guy. He and I, maybe by extension Mick Random, they got busted with like their Star Trek coverage. The Wokies, they planted, it was like on Reddit or 4chan or somewhere, they planted fake leaks because they're like, this guy is, he was Ron Burgundy. He was saying everything off the prompter. And so they planted a fake story in wherever he was getting this, pretending like, oh, my sources at Lucasfilm, my sources, you know. And then he was like, oh, grain of salt, but my sources, I got legitimate sources saying X, Y, and Z. And it was like totally wrong. And there was like some coded, like, this is fake. Like literally, I think it said this is fake in like, with like the first letters. Busted. And then, you know, eventually Ryan had to cast him into the pit, you know, and be like, if you follow Doomcock, you're retarded. Like, that was great. That infighting of casting him out, that was great. I loved it. But, you know, that was just like, hey, Nerdrog's the Star Trek guy. And so you got this long history of this Star Trek guy saying wrong shit. Well, like, someone's got to get rid of this guy. So they're always doing backroom deals and shit. They're fake as fuck. It's just about money. And we're talking about art. If you got to lie about art, like, you're a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like one of the, for whatever reason, like, that's just like one of the worst sins to me is lying about art, because art, there is an objective, what is the intent, and then there is the interpretation, and more or less there's a consensus that happens in society if it's big enough. And so you got like a kind of main thing, and then you get like more nuance, like, well, is this the value? That's what art should be. And when you got people that will take money to say lies that they don't believe, like, that is just scum. Like, you are a demon. Like, I don't want to say, because I'm not a Christian, but I don't want to sound like Alex Jones and like so hyperbolic, but like, there's something, for lack of a better word, something really actually demonic, I think, about lying about art to make gain. That's like the money changers in the temple, kind of something that like intrinsically evil about that. It's not just a greed. It's like something very nefarious to lie about like human experience.
Yeah, I mean, I got no problem if these guys, if they go see a movie and they legitimately don't like it. Give me reasons why you don't like this movie. Legitimately. Don't just say, "Oh, MCU bad. MCU bad."
MCU. Star Wars is dead.
Star Wars is dead. MCU. Yeah, I mean, I didn't like the new Captain America movie. And that's just me. I mean, I'm a Steve Rogers guy. So anybody who's not Steve Rogers, I just, it just didn't gel with me. I mean, I enjoyed seeing Red Hulk. I enjoyed seeing, a lot of the other movie. I went and saw it on opening day. Valentine's Day. My wife said, here's money. Go see a movie. Like, wow, sweet.
I've been meaning to do it. This is because of catching up, looking at this chat. Sorry, I'm not reading it, but we're having this conversation. Tangent though. Fun says, I was in F&T a lot before CG, before Vast did the theme tune for F&T. Yeah. So I don't know if y'all remember. There was I'll read it. Okay, so this was on medium.com. This is this huge article, and I'll have to dig back in 2022 archives on YouTube to see what these guys said in response and how long they went about this, or if it just got shut down pretty quick. But there's this group or whatever called Rewriting Ripley, a podcast on feminism and fandom in the age of social media. So they did this big article. I didn't really investigate it at the time. I just went along with the narrative, like dismissing, wokies, but it's really funny in hindsight. Because it says Twitter analysis shows YouTubers at center of racist harassment against the Rings of Power cast. And you go through all this, and it's setting up talking about the Phantom Menace, and we started in 2018, and Last Jedi, and inclusion, and they're racist, and you got thumbnails of like Nerdrotic, and looks like Geeks and Gamers, and Ryan Cannell, probably Yellow Flash. You got Clownfish TV. I've always hated Clownfish. I just think they suck. And then you got, memes of Black Panther 2 with Ryan Gosling. Just all stuff they're like piling up to make their case. And at some point, I think it's this article, they have a web, and basically they paint this narrative. Okay, so it's not in this, but I know it was during this reporting, this angle. There was this narrative that these guys are pipelined to Ben Shapiro, to Alex Jones, to then like Richard Spencer. I don't know if Nick Fuentes is on there, but it's just really funny because, like, yeah, I'm a Groyper adjacent. I'm not Catholic, I'm not Christian, but so I'm Groyper adjacent. So like, I think there is legitimate, like, the stuff we talk about that we're against are all kind of like collectively right wing, So it's it's not illogical, but it's funny because they were so triggered. But then after this or around this, then they have Alex Jones on F&T, which is cool. And then like Jeremy, maybe Ryan were on Daily Wire for like a gaming video, and then interview on Alex Jones on InfoWars. So it was really funny because they were totally dismissing and fighting this, but then they literally go on with all these people. Michael Knowles with Eric July. So it's just funny. I want to reinvestigate this because it's kind of like, not to like, because I think these people are all too pussy to be white nationalist or any kind of like hard right position. But the assertion that this is like a pipeline, I don't think was wrong at all. It's just funny because they were so fighting it because, ultimately this is like they're Nazis, and it's just funny because it's like we got this. Who's that girl? Sydney Sweeney, with the eugenics ad, and we're all loving it because it's like, yeah, hot girls that sell jeans, like duh.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, yeah, like this idea of like, I saw some article or saying like this note, they said something to the effect of like the notion of, the disproven notion of eugenics. And it's like, eugenics is just a thing. It's real. We do it implicitly by not fucking someone that says, hey, you want to date? Like that's eugenics. We don't think about it because we're not thinking about like the purposeful application, but that is implicit eugenics. Refusing partners. It's just funny to like put all this together and looking back, and ultimately these people are just pussy and they're bought. Who's paying them? Are they owned by like Tim Pool? Are they owned by like Tenet Media, the Russians? I don't know. Is it Qatar? They love throwing out Qatar lately because of Palestine, but I don't think that's legitimate for any of this funding stuff. But I don't know. It's really funny. And it kind of going back memory lane with commenting about like, when did these people turn fake? Ryan had that good rant about the Batman, which I just watched Batman again. Like I love the Batman. I think it's like a perfect Batman movie. But he's not wrong either with like, hey, everyone bad is white besides Batman. All the good guys are POC, colored, female, maybe she's bisexual too. So there's that LGBT angle. And so like he had this really good rant, and then a lot of people tried to brigade him for that, but he stuck to his guns. I'm like, okay, that's good sign. Ryan is in this weird spot, and Jeremy's in this weird spot where I kind of still respect him because like Jeremy's never really been fake, but he goes along with fake. He's a greedy fuck. And so it's like hard to judge him because it's like, well, like I don't think any position he said is lying, but it's beneficial. So he will just chase it, and that muddies the waters with the like Azes and the Erics and stuff that are just fake as fuck. It just, and it's like, I've always said, I remember one time I got in this argument with Jeremy long ago, and I was like, I was trying to get like a debate set up or something with some wokey. And I'm like, isn't that like what we're trying to do? Like, isn't the problem like SJWs don't talk? That they just like stonewall? Don't we want like Bill Maher to Ben Shapiro conversations? And he like dismissed that. It's like, no. And it's like, what? And so like, it's just all these little things I started seeing like cracks in like what this could be. And so it's funny. And then, yeah, I was thinking, because you said Friday Night Tights here, Alfonso, it made me think of like at some point Quarter Black Garrett from Crowder came into the picture. And so, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to, I'm not going to invest that much time, but I definitely ponder like, when did these people get bought out and like who for? Let's see. Yeah, the whole dynamic changed. Yeah, they got real corporate. I like Doomcock. I hated the whole KK is getting fired. Dude.
Yeah, that's what turned me off to Doomcock there. Because there for a while, I was listening to him a lot. And after like the 80th time, he's like, yeah, Kathleen Kennedy's, she's going to be fired next week. I got my sources and this is going to happen. And it never happens. I'm like, how? I mean, other than a weatherman, you can't be this wrong. So I'm either you're just trying to lead, you're trying to string people along, or you really don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
So
it just kind of became pointless too. It was like, what does it even matter if she leaves at that point. When you say it so often, get that in your head. And then it's just like, okay,
she's like 70 now. She's going to leave. Like,
and you know, I mean, if they really want this narrative, they're going to hire somebody to take her place that's going to think just like she does. So it doesn't matter who, you know, doesn't matter if she's gone or not. If they want it, they're going to have it.
Yeah, well, it's frustrating with him because he seemed to have some talents here and there with different stuff, with writing, with other entertainment aspects, but it's like, yeah, he just does the same sort of reporting shtick, and then it's just like, I don't know, and then it just seems like, yeah, he is kind of like just the nerd in his basement with the with the whole helmet that he designed for for it, which makes sense why like She-Hulk would poke fun at that if that's who they were basing it off of, which most people seem to think it is. Like,
it's like, wait, this is my biggest critic. Is this
our critic
incel with a voicing over himself as, you know, a dollar store Dr. Doom and his pet Cthulhu? What the fuck is this? He hates Star Trek? Like, I like, you know, She-Hulk was, you know, it deserved to fail right from the get-go of that rant of like, oh yeah, it sucks for you, Bruce, but have you ever like been catcalled? That's like rape. You know, I could die any minute if I'm catcalled. Like, wow, like that's women for you, you know. There's a lot revealed by them making that, but you know, that, but then there's times where it's like fun, like the whole like twerking. I thought that was fun because it's like, what a shit show. They are just completely unaware of the world they're playing in, and it's like on accident. I'm entertained, not why they intended, and that's why I kind of love She-Hulk show.
You're not twerking with them; you're laughing at
I'm
them.
Twerking at them. Or like SpongeBob's like, no, Patrick, he's not laughing at us. He's laughing next to us.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like, and then you get like the finale of the Doomcock terrorism, whatever the fuck that was. I might have to watch that episode. Of like the incel council from the retreat. Like, that was hilarious. You know, like if you were like triggered by them doing that, like you're soft as fuck. That was good stuff. Like, you know, take it in stride. It's like ripoff versus, you know, shitting on you. It's funny, you know. See, Alphonse said this was the point where everything merged: woke, anti-woke, DEI. No such thing as bad publicity. It became about clicks, not profit. Well, profit and clicks are kind of synonymous, ultimately. But what got me was he said, Rings of Power was my last straw with FNT. Hours and hours a day moaning over costumes, script, and it was only because it was Gary's special subject from reading in prison. Far, far too much. I'm going to screenshot that. That is a hilarious. This would be possibly engagement bait for Zero Tards.
Yeah, why not?
Good stuff. It's a big club and you ain't in it. You can tell by the fact that no lefty has capitalized on the sheer destruction Trashcast has done to the zeros on Eric, which proves they are all on the same side. Okay, so I will actually counter that. I've said this. The reason you're not getting any like worthwhile lefty commentary of Eric and the Ripaverse and its failures and, you know, capitalizing on the fodder Trashcast gives us is the same problem of why Eric became popular in the first place in this space. Black. He is a token. All right. So whatever harm to the lefty that they would view Eric's rhetoric that, you know, collectively, I think we're all agreeing with before he kind of got like, outed as a fraud. He's still black. And so he's still in the hierarchy of Oppression Olympics. All right. So they just don't touch him because he is like, he's a coon or whatever other like workaround for the same idea of like the idea that black people can be white supremacists, like that kind of narrative. So they're stuck with like basically, how do I say this? Like a problem with all these shows, like the Andor ultimately kind of falls into, even though it's made well, it's a good narrative. It sucks for Star Wars, but it's a good narrative. All these shows to varying degrees, they'll make these like bad, the dark side, the bad guys. They'll put a woman, they'll put diversity on the bad team. But ultimately, Reeve is a perfect example. Ultimately, they're just a cog in the machine of a white man. So you need to think about that with Eric. Eric is just a cog in the white man's rhetoric machine. So even if he is like a foe to vanquish, he is still a victim. He is like Gollum. He's sympathetic, you know. He's not really, you can't really, you got to grade him on a curve, you know. So it's like the implicit racism of the left. The implicit racism of the right that Eric captured is the white guilt of, you know, the rhetoric of modernity with race and leftism has permeated on the right because the right's always chasing the left. Always chasing the like, hey, we're like cool too, you know, and so they end up like losing ground every day. And so they want diversity to show that they're not racist. And that's what Eric preyed upon. Maybe not even knowingly necessarily. I don't think he's necessarily smart enough to really grasp to have that scheme, but he benefits from that need of the right chasing the left. They dictate the strategy. And so it's like, well, we need Blair White, regardless of whatever value Blair White has, agree or disagree. The value of her ultimately is like, well, we got a right-wing tranny, you know, and any other diversity. Dave Rubin, a gay Jew, buying babies, but he's on the right, you know, like that's the value. Diversity is the ultimate currency because anti-racism is the god of our society. So that is why you're not seeing left-wing criticism against Eric, is because they still can't touch him because he's black. That is that's what you should take away. That's what, you know, once you understand that like it's not just that we're fighting with the right-wing rhetoric, we're fighting like these ideas have permeated this side as well, whether it's orchestrated or it's just a side effect of the control. This is the reality. So yeah, you got someone like me, but I'm black, so you can only attack me so much without being racist. You know, I could always pull the race card on you if you counter me as a ripetard, be like, you hate a successful black man. It's like, I'm black, you know. I can always undercut them. I conduct myself white, you know, because I'm culturally white. Even though I'm mixed, I'm culturally white. It's like not as a joke, like that's just my temperament. I'm, you know, everything I like. AC/DC is my favorite band, you know. I basically loathe black culture entries in media since like 1980. Love blues, love R&B, funk, disco. After that, I basically don't want anything black because it's trash. And so yeah, I'm effectively white on paper, like everything I do, like, ingest. But ultimately, I could still pull the race card if I so wish. And so that it's fun to undercut repertoire. You let them like hang themselves for like 10 minutes or however long. You're like, you hate black people. This is why you're setting. It's like black. And then it's like they have to short circuit and like run for cover, you know, and they don't really have a narrative after that. So this is the world we're in. We're in a world of DEI.
You must hate arm hair.
Yeah, he agrees. Jeremy's he agrees with like my take on Jeremy, that like he's legit, but he's a total whore. I appreciate the commentary here, Alfonso. Give me a lot to interject with you. But yeah, I'll catch up with you on some of your content. You had good stuff. I want to get back with Steven while I got him. But yeah, so Fantastic Four, like just however you want to go through it. Spoilers, don't care. Everything you loved or hated, or like, fuck that moment sucked. Fuck them for that, or wow, they did that thing. Like, I want to hear it all.
Well, again, just overall entertaining movie. Really enjoyed it. Just nitpicking, they could have done the Mole Man better. I think they really they made him a little more human than what he is in the comics. I mean, in the comic books, he's got his little, mutant looking henchman all running around with the squinting, and he really doesn't care about anything other than what he wants. So this Mole Man was a little more sympathetic. He was a little more, I can work with you. If you need me, if you need my help to hide the people, we can work that. Although he seemed to be a little more sympathetic to Sue, and as soon as Reed came on, it was like two guys whipping their dicks out trying to who's going to be the bigger man.
I got to ask you two quick questions. Did you read the First Steps comic that came out? It was like a one shot.
I did not read that.
Okay, so I read that. Given the trailers and the really focus on the 60s futurism, wacky, silly family, all shucks, kind of, Mad Men, but like sweet and there's nothing bad.
Mm-hmm.
I like dark, evil shit. I love Darth Maul. And so I was just like, oh, God, like I thought the 2000s was corny. This is going to fucking kill me. That was what I got from the trailers. And then I read the comic, and it's kind of sporadic because it's supposed to like be basically a comic from their world. So it's got all these like random snippets. It's kind of like a quick overview of like, yeah, they went to space and then they like quarantined themselves to study themselves, and then they had to jump into action, and then they did it and everyone loves them. And then they've been doing that for 4 years. And there's no real like payoff of like, yes, Fantastic Four, they mean this. It was just like, it was written like corny, like aware of the history of classic Kirby, Stan Lee, instead of writing it now, So that was a factor going in the movie. And then the other question I had was, did you watch Cobra Kai?
I watched the first scene of Cobra Kai, loved it, thought it was great. And then things happened, my family moved, we ended up dropping Netflix. I just never picked it back up. I mean, I want to see it. I'm hoping they bring the whole thing out on DVD so I can just buy the series and watch it. But I enjoyed Cobra Kai.
Yeah, well, this is a tangent because it's valuable, but this is the tangent with Cobra Kai. Because of like the meme, wax on, wax off, I never grew up with this movie, Karate Kid. And then the show came out on YouTube, and people were like, oh boy, Cobra Kai. And this was like right after Alita Battle Angel in competition. There's like this fake manufactured competition by like our side to boost that against Captain Marvel, and I fell for it. And I fucking hate Alita because of that. It sucked. And so I got like a real vendetta against that movie. I love it's not gotten a sequel. And caveat, if it does, it will be woke because it's Disney. Checkmate. But because of that trust I lent them for Alita, I heard Cobra Kai and I was like, fuck that. Never watching anything Karate Kid. Fuck you. And then Rookie made this waitress like, well, I'm not watching Breaking Bad till you watch Karate Kid. And it was like, I will bite that bullet because that is required viewing. And so yeah, I watched Karate Kid, and then I just couldn't help myself. I started watching Cobra Kai. I needed more, and it was like, fuck, this is great. It's the bad guy's view. I love this, and it's, oh man, the shit he gets into is great drama. It gets stale, it gets repetitive, but they actually overall You know, it gets corny, and because season 2 has like a really detrimental plot point as a cliffhanger,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like the stakes are raised. This is getting like real. It's not just like, hey, we fight on the mat and I'll bully you. It's like this shit's getting real. And then after that I would say narrative high point of stakes, the show never crosses that line again, and so it stagnates. It's still good, you're invested, but it stagnates. But at some point, the Mole Man guy, he is this fat wannabe karate guy that joins Cobra Kai named Stingray. He finds his persona and he like shapes his beard and makes a tail like a stingray. So it's like wings into a tail. And he never gets thinner, but he gets more confident, but he's still always kind of like a fat joke among them. He's like this fat incel guy with all these teens doing karate. It's like they're aware of it. It's weird, but they never lean into like, oh, we should check the registry on this. They never into that. So it's like it's safe, but he's Stingray. And so when I watch this movie and it's like Stingray is in the MCU as Mole Man. Oh my, and it's funny too. Like when they go to Subterranea and he's like, be sure to wipe your feet. And he's like, yeah, I'm kidding, it's dirt.
It's
no one else laughed, but that killed me.
I thought it was funny because it was even funny because he was telling you, wipe your feet, and they all stop and look around. He's like, no, it's dirt. Don't worry about it.
Like, I don't know if that guy's really had any role. I think he was in some weird Clint Eastwood movie about like a terrorist or some shit. It's like some train movie. I never watched it, but he's in it.
Actually, I think he's also in the new Naked Gun movie.
Oh shit!
I think he is.
I might go see Naked Gun. I've never seen Naked Gun. I've seen clips. Like I like the humor of like the cuts.
Hmm.
I don't know if I like the full experience, but I love Leslie Nielsen in like the scary movies and shit. Like his humor is just perfect for me. And the delivery's so great. You know, I saw some of these super cuts of his jokes and like what was this guy doing here? And the guy's like, sex, and he's like, not now, and like just leaves. So I'm kind of, and Liam Neeson, he's got a way, some of his little comedy bits, he can do it. So I love farts, even though they're like overdoing it, this promotion. Just the fact they're doing fart jokes, I'm like, yes. If you can't laugh at a fart, you can't make comedy.
True.
That's my role. And so, I'm feeling good overall. Like getting into comics again, detracting Rippaverse again. Fantastic Four was awesome, and I don't even like them. And there's just a good energy besides this box office fiasco. So, man, it's just fun.
I've never seen more people worry about money in a movie than I have with Superman and Fantastic Four. Because when the MCU was going strong back in first phase, second phase, nobody cared about the money.
Oh, go on. I'm just showing.
Yeah, nobody cared, how much money it was making. It was just, this is a great movie. This is a good movie. This movie was okay. It had some issues. No one cared how much money it was making. I mean, that was kind of in the background. And it wasn't until the Captain Marvel came out. And then everyone was like, oh, it made $1 billion. Then after that, everyone started going, okay, how much did this movie make? How much did this movie make? And they started, putting it out there as if it didn't make this amount of money, that means it's a bad movie. Whereas there have been lots of movies out there that haven't made a whole lot of money, and they've been great. Just like Captain Marvel made a whole lot of money, and I didn't think it was very good.
Captain Marvel was a weird movie for me because obviously I'm against it in principle, Phantom Menace, but I eventually watched it from the library and I was like, this could have been good. Like that's what's so frustrating about the bad Marvel movies is like they could have been good.
Yeah.
There's the Guardians of the Galaxy element to Captain Marvel, and she fits naturally with like the space stuff. So holy spoil. And it's not even Brie Larson. Brie Larson can act. She, won the Oscar. She didn't deserve the Oscar for that movie. The kid should have got it, but nonetheless. And I don't know how you feel about this, but in Endgame, the big onslaught, finale fight, there's that scene. Spider-Man's got the gauntlet, and he's like, under fire, and then she's towering over him, and it's like, oh great, Justin Bieber, feminist Justin Bieber, great. And he's like, I'm Peter. He's like, hey there, Peter. And it's like, and I guess the lore is like he kind of gets a crush on her. They never followed through so far, but it's like, what's funny is that scene was filmed before Captain Marvel, and then Black Panther scenes were filmed before Black Panther. And you see how the Russos handled both of them diversity quota characters versus their films. And it's like, these guys can work. So that's why I'm like so frustrated knowing all that. It sucks because the Marvels had some charm to it, even though it was like a total studio hack job. I would rather have seen the woke original idea, because that would be true, versus whatever the fuck.
And that's the sad thing about a lot of these Marvel movies that after Endgame, a lot of them could have been good, but instead they had to make sure they were writing them for the modern audience. They were trying to find the crowd that they didn't want to promote to the old people anymore. Everyone Endgame on down, you had your time. All right, go sit down. We're gonna find a new crowd to promote. If they would have just stuck with what got them to the dance, what got them there, I think everything after Endgame could have been good. But they just didn't want to do that. They had quotas, and they had things they wanted to fill. And you got some movies that you got the Eternals.
I have not seen that. I refuse to watch that one.
Don't watch it. I watched it. Oh god, it was a chore to get through.
That's like the one for sure I refuse. Like I saw Quantumania. It had moments. I think the daughter was good, like despite little nitpicks.
MODOK was terrible. I mean, I think that was the worst part of the movie right there was MODOK and how terrible that was.
I would say MODOK. MODOK's one of those like almost like the Fantastic Four. Where it's like that is just you don't even try. That's like we can't do that today. MODOK is definitely that. Don't do that ever. Like no, it's just there's a difference between making like that's an ugly like Glass and Unbreakable. Where he talks about like the kind of stereotypes of how you make villains. There's always some sort of distorted feature it's not human that distinguishes them, like visual cues. MODOK is just, what is that? What the fuck even is that? It's like, dude, why would you ever a cartoon like it's like the Ninja Turtles. There's like that face belly thing, like that's like a Ninja Turtle character. Don't fucking make that here. You can't put this in the same world as Thanos. Go fuck yourself. I don't care what stature he has in Marvel. I've never seen him in a Marvel comic that I've read. I think that's for a reason, because I'm getting through like 2000s to now, and I've never seen him pop up. So I know they did like Trump, recently with MODOK. They like made him look like Trump, but other than that, I've never seen him in the modern day, and I would say don't do that. It's a dumb design. Who came up with that character? Like, what is he supposed to be?
I think he was a guy who they did some experiments on, and his head got really big, and next thing you know, he had to put him in that giant chair thing. I honestly can't remember the full extent of his origin. I'll have to relook that up.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Yeah, it's like there's things like this movie Fantastic Four. It's like, you know what? I've always heard Comics Explained just like gush over Hickman, because like I watched all of his X-Men stuff because I like the House and Powers of 10. I haven't finished, I got a lot to do to read all the Krakoa, but I want to, because that opening is so good. But I've not indulged any other Hickman stuff. I'm starting to read he did like this Image Comics, like Black Monday Murders. I don't know if you've heard of it, but so I'm investing in various Hickman stuff, but mainly trying to do the New Avengers, Secret Wars, and then go back and read this Fantastic Four. But it's like, I have this like spirit of inquiry and knowledge seeking, both in the fiction and in reality. I got this book checked out about the Persians too. So it's like, I'm just stuck with like, I want to learn, I want to read. And then also like Groyper adjacent. So I'm always listening to America First, Trash Cast, got to attract Eric. So it's like this great problem of like having so much that I'm like excited to invest in. This is my problem now. And
hey, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah. And that's like what's so frustrating. So it's like, now it's trying to like, I got to make like a high school or college like schedule for myself of like, all right, this day, this block of time is for Avengers. This day is for Persia. This day is for, this block is for Thucydian trap studies. Like that's a real thing. It's not like a trans thing. I don't know if because my name on Twitter is Finbob Sponge Bussy, you know. You know, it's funny. I get way more interaction having that name now. That was kind of the point. I kind of like picked up on Vito's Max Cool, and I'm like, let me try something different. You know, I'll keep the handle, obviously. English reviews. Can't have someone steal that, but let me play with my name on my picture, and it's like, it's just so funny. Like when I tell people, I'll show them like, yeah, my Twitter. I name myself Finbob Sponge Bussy, and it's funny because like I'll say something like wholeheartedly, like a real rhetoric, like politics or something, and people will try to be like, oh yeah, okay, checks handle Finbob Sponge Bussy, and it's like you're crashing out already. Like, or it's funny if they take it serious, and it's like you're arguing with SpongeBob or Finbob Sponge Bussy. It works either way, so it's funny, and I think just people notice the name, it sticks out. So I think I'm going to keep it for the long haul. It's too funny. Like I get personal pleasure seeing the stupid picture of him in like a burger bikini. It's so preposterous. But yeah, what did you think of the whole cosmic sequence of like, did you think they rushed it, or because we find out it took them like a month or two, that total? But
no, I don't think they rushed it at all. I think it was fine. They had to go out and find Galactus. They went out, they found him. The fact that they lost their FTL engine and they had to come back to Earth slowly, it took them like what, a month, 2 months?
The back home took a month. I don't know how long it took them to get there.
Yeah, but I thought the pacing of the movie was fine. How they did it was fine. I really don't mind the movie as a whole. I mean, I know that, like I said, there's nitpicks here and there, but I think they tackled the family aspect great. I think I didn't think Sue. I thought Sue was perfect in the role. I know there was a big thing about how can Sue defeat Galactus? How can she push him around? But you have any mother who's trying to get to her son, she's going to move heaven and earth to get to him. And that's what you saw there. You saw Sue just exerting every ounce of motherhood she had in her powers to try to make sure Reed and the other guys could get to Franklin. So
yeah, I totally bought it. And again, I feel like this is a total right-wing coded film. If you're going to like talk about politics in film, is it woke or not? This is completely unwoke.
Yeah.
I was paying attention, like we're in New York, so it is like an immigrant city. It's an international hub, and yet it's pretty fucking white,
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they got like she got her personal like black lady for like the Franklin or the
Future Foundation.
Future Foundation, yeah. But yeah, they even had American flags, I noticed that it wasn't jingoistic, wasn't like overt, but they made a point to have, America, like in the crowd. I was like, oh, I didn't expect that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you had the nuclear family. You had mom, dad, and kids. You had Johnny and Ben there as extended family. Never at any point did they think, the kid was going to be something they didn't want. As a matter of fact, they wanted a kid and they thought they couldn't have a kid, and then all of a sudden they could. That was great. The fact that they were going to, I wouldn't, when they said, what Galactus wanted, when the price was too high, we weren't going to do it. And they said, well, what is it? Like he wanted our son. And if we gave him our son, then he wouldn't mess with the earth. And everyone's like, give him the kid. And I'm like, I got my daughter right next to me. And I'm like, there's no way in the world I would ever trade my kid for anything. And I understand where they're coming from. And I understand why the people thought it'd be easy. Just it's one child versus 8 billion people. The math works, like Reed would say. The math works. It's easy. But don't the fact that they said no. We're all going to live or die together. If Galactus comes and he destroys us, he's destroying everybody, including us.
Yeah, no, I thought the plot worked. I watched some of these Twitter clips that Comics Explained puts up. And he's talking about it's definitely a shortcoming because like Galactus could just like flick his finger and have Franklin if he wanted. So it's a severely reduced plot for the adaptation of the character versus the comics, but within that, it's like, it works. Sue makes sense. She dies doing it. It's only because of Magic Baby she's alive. When that happened, like I was waiting, because this is a big pet peeve on some of these tropes like this, where it's like the classic someone dies, they drown or something, and then it's like they linger with like, I'm doing CPR and nothing's happening, and they want you to like, oh no, they're dead, but then like, oh, water, they're alive. You were, psych. I hate that trope. And I'm watching the movie, and it's like, okay, but then it goes on for a while. It's like, okay, she's fucking dead. What? The first movie, they're gonna kill the wife? Wow. This, fuck yeah. Not because she's a woman, but like stakes, she makes the ultimate sacrifice. And this is the first outing of a revamped franchise in a, floundering, finding their footing again franchise. I was like so taken aback. I was like, fuck, okay, we're gonna get some stake. This is why Invincible and The Boys have like had a lasting effect and have a fan base, because they're a counter from the source material from the start in the 2000s. They're a counter to the status quo with stakes and consequence. So when I saw her like she's dead and they just leave her dead for a while, I was like, what? Oh man, does that mean the Thunderbolt scene is like they don't have Sue Storm? Wow, that's ballsy to start. Fuck. And then Magic Baby, fuck, because I knew once they put the baby on her, he's gonna magic her alive. He's a mutant, I was, so right away I was like, okay, that's gonna be the twist. But for that moment, I was like, she's dead. Like, this is what I want. I want stakes.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that too. I thought they were gonna kill her off. I'm like, wow. I mean, I can't believe they're gonna go this route. I mean, I'm sure they'll find another Sue in another multiverse if that's what they're going to do with the Doomsday Secret War stuff. But I didn't think they were going to wait that long. And apparently, they didn't have to wait that long. So, and I'm fine with Franklin bringing her back to life, because that's basically what he is in the comics. I mean, he's like this overpowered mutant that can make his own, universes. So bringing
I'm not against
back
it.
To life is nothing for him.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I'm not against it. I was just like, I was definitely excited to see the Marvel movie with the first family do such a hard turn from the get-go, and then it's like, Magic Baby, she's alive. It's not that the Magic Baby can't do that. That's the whole, like, Galactus wants him, so he must be something. Like, obviously, it was just like, I don't know how you would deliver it better with that being the end state, but it was just like, man, maybe if you did like the Batman Superman into Justice League narrative of like, you got to sit on in the death for a while, and it seems like they're off the board. And then, Franklin like has gone through self trials and attempts it just out of the natural greed of a child, that would be maybe the only way to make it work for me better than that. Cause it's just one of those where I'm like, I'm a dark side guy. I want like Jurassic, Game of Thrones is awesome. Cause like Ned Stark gets his head cut off, and he's Aragorn in that world, but like you can't be Aragorn and play the Game of Thrones. And that's the satisfaction. It's satisfying because it's grounded, not that you wanted that character did. Cause like I am the guy where I'm like, yes, Raptors, please kill the kids, cause I hate them having like safety nets narratively. I hate the plot armor of children in Jurassic Park movies. That's why I love Quiet Place, because like first 5 minutes, kid's dead. And you're like, shit, anyone can die in this movie. Let's go. The Witch, another great one, kills a baby. It's like, it sounds demented, but it's like a perfect counter to showcase like what I mean is in Halloween 2018. Have you seen that?
I've not seen that one.
Okay, so they do like Jurassic World, where it's like, oh, we're the real sequels. Don't mind those other past ones. We're gonna fix this franchise, do it right. And that first one, yeah, sure, cool. But then the progression, that second film in the trilogy, get the fuck away from me. But in that first one, it's so brutal because it's like a modern horror film of a slasher, so it's brutal. Like there's a scene that like it irks me, but it's good. He's going through like the backsides of houses during Halloween trick-or-treating, and he comes across a fucking hammer in a shed, and he walks in, there's like this mom at like the kitchen table smoking or something, and then like I don't think they show it, maybe they show like his back or something, they make it clear he's like beating her fucking head in, and then he finds a kitchen knife, classic Michael. There's a baby crying in the crib, and he walks by the crib, he stops by the crib and like looks towards the baby, and it's like that's like the most grotesque sin, to slaughter a baby, but it's a horror movie, and this is supposed to be the embodiment of like death. It's indiscriminate. Everyone will die that crosses this guy. That's the horror. And so it's like, this is the perfect way to showcase the unfeeling nature of this death machine. And they linger, and he stops and he looks at the crib, but then he just walks away. And it's like, wait, what? So the baby, like you won't cross that line. You'll slaughter children. You'll put children at risk, but not infants, not like what? This is very arbitrary now, and that totally undercuts the horror for me. It's still visceral and violent and disgusting in a great satisfying horror way, but when you undercut that with like rules for the bad guy, that pisses me off. And yeah, because like earlier, like he goes in the back of one house, this woman is not participating, she's like shutting the window blinds, whatever, she's like 30 and just mind her own business. But Michael came into her house, and he like, right when she's like closed the window, slams her head on like the bench she's on, and then just stabs the fucking knife through the back of her neck and just leaves her. And it's like so callous. And then the mom with the hammer. So like you really set it up of like, oh my God. And before, when he gets free, he's like beating a guy to death on the side of a bathroom stall. It's just like, in the mechanic, he like bashed his fucking head on the edge of like the workbench. His face is all dismembered, like Conquest and Invincible. It's like, fuck, you know. So you have that, you know. So that's like that film and its execution, and in that scene, it's like perfect counter for what I'm saying of like stakes. And you know, it's one thing to like and to like, yeah, Jason's killing people, or the xenomorph popped his mouth through someone's head. You know, it's like that's what you're there for, and you don't want the baby to die, but you want consistency of dread. So that's gotta give that full context. It's not like, yeah, kill babies. You know, I'm not an Israeli. I'm not a monster. But yeah, in my films, I definitely want it. Because I'm a madman. I just really hate when like you have a premise so callous, and then you're like, oh, but not that crosses the line. It's like, what? Come on. Yeah, he puts a black kid in jeopardy when he's got a babysitter, and he's like, sees him, he's like, fuck that, and he like, it's kind of comedic, but then the babysitter gets slaughtered. You know. What were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just like back in the 80s where you see these horror movies, you knew the kids were never going to get touched back then. You know, kids are running around, and you'd see Jason or Michael walking around. He'd look at the kids, but you know he's never going to touch these kids. It wasn't until, you know, later on, you know, people started going, he's 10, we can probably kill him in the movie. And you know, and then you got things like the Terrifier, you know, like, she's a little girl, we could probably get by killing her. You know, let's go ahead, let's do it. So I think there are a lot of directors and writers out there, you know, making these newer horror movies who kind of like you, like, let's make some stakes. Let's show the bad guy as being bad. Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe politics, you know, for being rational and full spectrum, because no one's really going to think about this, but because it's horror, so you're like, yeah, kill people, monster, bad guy kills people, you know. But here's the thing: if you make the bad guy, who is going to be the icon of a franchise, kill babies, and you're like, that's bad. Well, it's like, well, how old's the baby? You know, it could have, you know, it might have been premature. And it's like, it's actually within the window of abortion. I think that might be the implicit studio. Hey, you can't kill babies because that's really bad. And we all know that's what abortion is. That might actually be. I wonder if that's like maybe a hush hush behind the scenes kind of.
Maybe
that's the one thing we won't do. Because like what makes the Halloween, I think this is 2018. It might be the sequel. Can't think of what the title is of the second one, but first one or second one, there's a gay couple. And they're like 40s or 50s. They got a happy life, nice house, you know, in the suburbia, like the classic movies. It's a gay couple, and he kills them, you know, and it's like, oh, thank you. They didn't have like queer protection, you know, because I'm bisexual, but I don't relate to the LGBT crap. And obviously, there's always like keeping them safe narratively, arbitrarily, you know. So it was like that was a refreshing element. Like, oh, you killed the gay people. Like, Michael is not an ally. Thank God. You know, that'd be stupid.
I know as a writer, there's a rule I've heard. It's not a rule, but I can't remember who said it, and I'm just kind of paraphrasing. They said people want to see the good guy win, and they want to see the bad guy, you know, pay for his crimes at the end of the movie. They want to see the bad guy get his. So yeah, if you have a franchise where the bad guy is your character, you don't want him doing super bad stuff because then you're never going to get him over on people. You know, you got to have him do just enough bad stuff, have somebody come by and kill him, and then since he's pure evil, and you know, 2-3 years later, the next movie comes out and he pops up and like, I'm back, bitches. And he starts, you know, slaughtering people again. People can go, yeah, he's here. but they're still going. We still want to see him die at the end. If I'm making a point,
yeah, no, it's definitely a weird line. I've never till today because I'm very dismissive of horror. Like I've gotten into the Jason movies because a rookie kind of had required viewing for another stream he was on, and it's like I'm kind of reluctantly I'm like these are fun, and then I'm investigating like why did this franchise take off, and then like finding like a weird woke girl's like essay about the depths of the Jason franchise, and I'm thinking like, well, it's just like satire, but then it's like, wow, this is like actually some deep, like the Jason movies actually might be the deepest horror movies. I never would have expected that. Wow. And so, I've come and then special effects and some of the interesting narrative choices. I'm like, okay, it's actually like a very underrated franchise when you dig into it. But especially when the first movie is actually like the mom's the killer, it's like, oh, okay. Because if I do horror, I like stuff like Saw. It's not because I like the torture porn. It's because the torture porn is purposeful, because you got this Messiah complex character who thinks he's in his weird way giving the like come to Jesus moment he experienced, So I was like, that underlying that's Batman. Batman is a Messiah complex character. So like that's the draw for me. And then also just the puzzle of like, how do you catch this mastermind? Will they do it? That's fun too. But yeah, I've never till just now talking to you and thinking about this, I've never really thought about the intricacies of having like a slasher franchise where that is your cell, and it's not just like Xenomorph is an animal, so it can kill anybody and it's fine. There's no moral quandary. It's just a force of nature. It's just a predator. The predator, a little different because it's sentient, but yeah, I don't know. It's just it's very interesting. It's good because I don't think I'd ever write horror, but hearing someone that has experience writing my aspirations with Meth Gator, and it's just, I don't know, it's just a nice nugget to hear bounce off and like, okay, you've added something in my wheelhouse to maybe be at the ready for some weird reason.
Cool.
So I appreciate it. No, it's like, this is why I do this. I don't do this for super chats. Usually don't get them anyway, but it's like I'm here for real shit, real talk, and love of the game, love of the conversations. Because like I work in a factory, and I have this plight of I'm smart enough to be like this abstract collegiate white collar kind of worker, but I'm always working blue collar jobs, never finished college. And so I have this sensibility to relate to like the common man, blue collar state of life, do your day's wages work, and you feel it, you earned it. But then in the break room, we're coming in, hey, what's up? Like, there's no real conversation to have because these idiots would never have the depth of like what we're talking about. And so it's like I'm always like left in a mental void outside of YouTube.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I felt the same way. You work a regular job and it's fine. You can talk surface level stuff with everybody and just kind of joke around, but you want to sit down, you want to talk to somebody, and they're all just, hey, did you see the thing last night? No. And they're all just kind of gabbing about stuff, and you want something a little bit deeper. You want a little something to chew on.
Yeah, like even like you were on my Super Bowl show, like even football is not a casual interest for me. Like when I invest my time, like I learn more about the game. I learn about the current state of like the rules and how it applies, and well, this is why the strategy would be this and that, and this is like what they're thinking. This is and so even like what would seem the menial interest, it's like it's too in depth for me to just engage the normies long term. It's like it's one thing like because like I was wearing not just my Eagles hat but an Eagles t-shirt, and it was funny because it's a black guy and I'm in a pretty like predominantly heavy almost country. it's a sizable little city outside Columbus, but it's effectively like white and country. So I see a black guy and I'm just like, fuck, because I've been noticing like, you know, I'm like the only black guy and I'm white, you know, so it's like I noticed when there's black people flooding this place. I'm like, I've been seeing too many fucking black people in my neighborhood. You know, what's up with this? And so yeah, I'm leaving after the concert. I'm leaving the mall. And there's this guy coming. He's got kind of a small fro, which I used to have a fro when I was in high school, but whatever. I'm thinking stereotypical things. He's coming through, and I'm saying, let me just hurry up and get through here, get to my car. And he like sees me. He's on like the other side of the doors, you know, mall doors. He's on the other end. And he sees me and he's like, hell yeah, Eagles. And I'm like, fuck yeah, fly Eagles fly. And it's just like, oh, okay. Like, cool. I'm not afraid of black people. It's not like I'll go somewhere and I'm like, oh God, I'm a woman. I need to hold my purse. It's not like that. But it's just like, it's not even like thinking about the gang stuff, stereotypes, but it's just like, you look at the demographics, the greatest threat to a black man's life is black people, you know, like more than 50% of the calls to the cops on black people are by black people calling for their own safety. Like this is the conundrum. So it's like growing up how I did, and then you grow up in like Obama's president, you grew up with the colorblind meritocracy ideology, and you want to believe that, but then like Twitter and stuff, news coverage, time and time again, you see like the same type of assailants with certain issues. And it's like, you know, it's a weird conundrum to be in. And, you know, unfortunately, like even black people are aware of it themselves, even though they won't say it. They get stuck in the culture of like, fuck whitey, fuck the cops, reasonably so, with like his historical reality. But I don't know, it's a weird place to be in. I think, you know, and so I always grew up just thinking like I'm just American, and in some way I still feel that. But you know, this is the value of like why I'm like America first when I follow like Fuentes' commentary and stuff. So I think he's really speaking to some truths that are unfortunate that we've lied to ourselves about. Like I saw, it was funny on Twitter. Someone asked Grok something. Have you seen the meme of the graph? There's like a preference graph. It's like left versus right. So like one graph is the hot spot is close to the center of like this radar. And then the other graph is like the hot spots like to the outer rim.
Okay.
All right. So the idea is it's like empathy or whatever. Loosely, you know, it's way more in depth, but basically it's like right-wing people are the close knit. They care about the first couple circles of like family, friends, community. And the left people, they're worried about like the well-being of like rocks and space and like pollution, things that have no direct correlation to their existence. And so Grok answered someone's inquiry in this like thread about like showing this meme, whatever. Because lefties always like, yeah, you people in this graph are fucking monsters. They have no empathy for anyone. It's like, no. This shows that like this is suicidal empathy. I know there's a better term for it, but basically it's suicidal empathy that is the problem of the left, because they want to care about everyone. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like this, it's this weird state of being, you know, because I was in the army too. And that's, you know, everyone's green, you know, but even there looking back, it's like, yeah, the black people, they like instantly flock together because there's like this weird telepathy of like, hey, we're the same race. So it's just like, we're all in. And I never grew up that way. I grew up with like case by case, person to person. That's just always off-putting to me. And then you see the group, it's like, oh, maybe, but then it's like, oh, no, fuck these people. They're just fucking rude. Like, for instance, toward the end of boot camp, basic training. Sorry, I'm not a Marine. End of basic training, there was they were giving us some allowances so we could play the radio for a while. So it kind of ended up, even though they were like literally a minority in the platoon in our barrack of like maybe like 5 or 10 of them, probably less, more towards 5 probably. But it was like, all right, we got the radio for this time, and it's like rap, which a lot of people like, whatever. But it became like, by sharing, it became a racial divide. And so the most of us want to hear country or rock or whatever, or pop. And then, like, instead of just allowing us to enjoy, if we want to be in the proximity of the radio, they're like just fucking loud and like making it like, yeah, you got 5 minutes. It's like, dude, you can't even fuck. We're not bothering you, but you gotta like encroach on our enjoyment of like our time. So it's funny when you start adding up this divide that wasn't ever really at the forefront of my mind growing up, and partially because I was the only black people were like I was from a very small town in Oklahoma, so the black people stayed living in like what was Blacktown, basically the black neighborhood of like of segregation time. It stayed black, and then they had the Section 8 housing. Maybe there's like one other country black person that's out in like the actual country, like a white person. So there was already that like divide I'd see, but we're all in this shit poor town, so we all kind of like were cool, more or less. There was never like, hey, the black kid on the football team's fighting this like country white hick. It was never like, oh, did he say the N-word? Or there's never that. It was just like, hey, they got a beef. But now you see the color fight, and you instantly we're all thinking it like, did he say the N-word? Or like, what is the racial dynamic of this encounter?
Mm-hmm.
And that's like, it's like I begrudgingly am, just more and more just accepting of it, of like, gotta stay with the white people.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before, the oppression Olympics. I mean, who's more oppressed than others? And it feels as if everyone's trying to climb that ladder. Like I'm more oppressed, so I get to do this. And if you even encroach upon me or question me, I'm gonna take you out. I'm gonna extend my I'm gonna beat you. I mean, you saw the video,
Cincinnati
video where the guy got beat up by those 3 guys, or there's two guys and a woman, and then there's a woman that got knocked out there. Apparently she was just trying to help somebody, and someone came up and just punched her.
Well, it's like the guy's already on the ground. He's already beat. He's already like knocked silly.
Yeah.
They're still trying to like stomp his head.
And then you have everyone going, well, the white guy shouldn't have been there. What? I mean, it's a free country. It's a city. I mean, I think they're at a jazz festival or something.
Yeah.
And they were coming out of a jazz festival. And it was, well, he said something. He said the N-word, and then he spit on me. And where's the proof? There's no video of that. The only video we have is you and a bunch of other guys beating this guy senseless as he's trying to back up and get out of the way. You're still chasing him down and beating on him, and no one's helping. Yeah, everyone's got their cell phones out. They're all filming it, but no one's helping the guy or trying to break it up.
Well, I'll say this in defense of like because this is a common point that comes up of like, it's all these bystanders. Well, it's like you see it. We've seen enough. We know they make pacts. They're not even together, but again, there's like this racial telepathy with black people. When they see one fighting non-black, they'll do it to other blacks too, which is a thing that no one talks about. There's videos of them where it's like there's gang up on one of their own. But definitely, if it's a racial divide of any kind, they all will just collectivize. There's like this assumption of like, oh, he's fighting, he must have said the N-word, or some legit reason, because and it's like it's like an in-group preference, implicit, that we all have, but for being interested in Greek stuff, Greek history and everything, religion, all this culture. being the bedrock of the West. What's interesting is that there is something that has been like a long-term pedigree of white people through history, whether you're thinking of like Anglo-Saxon or, these European like chunks or the collective of Europe as white. Greece, as an example, for, having the record of like 3,000 years of written scraps we have, even though there's like this obvious xenophobia of like the Medes, basically, when they're dealing with Persia and the attack in the war, there is a level of objectivity that you should not expect from antiquity when they're writing about their enemies. And that implies a sense of like respect implicit that they give, where it's like, yeah, they're my enemy, they're fucking weird. But the fact that they like, there's an even kill in the writing, that you read the Bible with the context of it's another antiquity book full of wars, and the way they write about the enemies is just, well, obviously they're fucking evil and we got to take them out. We got to fight them. There's nothing redeemable. They're pagans. They do ill craft in life. Their societies are degenerate in every way. There's nothing redeeming about them. So, that's like it's not just that it's the same time frame roughly, but these are cultures that would be connecting in some way through commerce, at least. Mm-hmm. Because, Israel's around Phoenicia, and Phoenicians are the Carthaginians, and they become an entrepreneurial empire because they were making the boats for all these empires with the wood they had. So, the Greeks made their alphabet based off the Phoenicians, and they're in contact directly with the Israelites. So, there's a through line of peers, and so that's why when you start getting this line of thinking that you're not supposed to, you start noticing the difference of like, yeah, no, like there really is like, it's not just like, hey, well, black people are from Africa, they are hunting, they're chasing gazelle, so they have like a natural proclivity of athletics, especially endurance, corn-fed white boys make great linebackers and linemen in football. Canadians are good at hockey, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, you see like, these kind of regional, it's not just the environment. It's like there is a racial element of like pedigree. It's why you're a race. It's kind of a purebred of like that region, and it makes this kind of thing. And so, yeah, I've kind of leaned in like, yeah, it's not just like neck down. There must be, because like this is how we bred dog breeds. It's like, hey, let's get this couple foxes. This fox is nicer than the rest of them. This girl fox is nicer. Put them together, should have equal or more so nicer fox babies, like. And I know we're not supposed to like compare ourselves with dog breeding, but it's like it follows through, it tracks. Mm-hmm. But we're like told to ignore that, or that's eugenics or something. And I don't know. I think people are starting to wake up to like this taboo, this artificial taboo. But it's funny. I was talking about the graphs and stuff. There's this Grok response where it's saying something about like, yeah, it's well documented the in-group preference of animals, whatever pack or tribe they're in, even of same species. It's like territory and stuff. And that this is only changing in humanity because of like artificial means. And it's like, wow, it's like the AI is, dropping some illicit truth bombs. Like, it's a weird time to be in, because like I would like to believe in the because like I don't know, like at the same time, like I say I'm Groper Jason, like I don't believe in like we gotta be a white nation or what. It's like maybe you gotta be a black and white nation, because blacks of America are different from the Africans. I'm 400, whatever, however long the slave lineage I have back to Africa, like I'm 400 years removed. We're different from them, and you see it. You see it in the culture. And I think that's from a pedigree. So I don't know. I just thinking out loud of like, these unfortunate, like, I don't know what the right answer is, because you want to be good. You want to be American and judge people on their content and all that stuff,
Yeah, that's where I come from. I mean, it might be kind of I don't want to say like a Pollyanna kind of way of looking at things, but I look at people as to who they are. I don't care what they look like. I don't care. Like you said, it's the content of the character. If you're a decent person to me, I can be a decent person to you. If you're going to be a jackass to me, I can be a jackass to you. I don't care what color you are. I think there are. Yeah, I think this whole black white issue, I think there is an artificial thing in it that's kind of trying to drive people apart, kind of put us in packs, so they can have a black against a white, or have economic packs where the rich people against the poor, or something, so we can be all in these little groups. Someone's kind of push us in tiny little groups. So you're going to be easier to be dealt with, because it's easier to deal with one small group than a big group. And if you have a big group of just everybody, black, white, rich, poor, all united in one movement, then whoever's trying to pull the strings is going to have a hard time. Whereas if you put everybody in their own little bubble, it's much easier to isolate and deal with them. At least that's my thinking. It could be.
No, I agree. Like that's definitely a big overarching thing, and there's definitely a main culprit to the last 100 years you can kind of point to, 150 years maybe, with the fingers and everything, where it matters. It's not that they're multitudinous, but they've just been effective. But then I think about like, why? What's the because like, would it be better for all working together? Like it seems to be the purpose. Because like when I talk about the Greeks and their objectivity, you see that follow through with like, you can demonize America as a government or white man, the conquest of America versus the Indians, and if it was fair or not. But there's this one Phantom Menace, or tangentially Phantom Menace Star Wars EU person, this Indian, American Indian. I don't know how it popped up, but it was probably because of the Redskins or Mount Rushmore, like at the end of Trump's first term.
Hmm.
It was around 4th of July. Indians are crying about Mount Rushmore, stolen land, boohoo. And someone was talking about like, wait, you're this tribe? Like, you people are fucking savages. And so I investigated. I went on Wikipedia, started investigating this tribe and their kind of bifurcated history of like sub-tribes, the Sioux, the Lakota Sioux. It's a huge catch-all of a lot of different little tribes that all fit. What's funny is you learn the history, the overarching history. They're actually the first documented Indians to work with the American government to kill other Indians. So you're talking about stolen land. That's really funny because you actually helped the proverbial white man. But also what's funny in their history is for the longest time, they were stuck on like one side of, I think, the Missouri River. It's around like Minnesota, or I think stuck on one side of the Missouri, or I think the east side. And the other tribe is too powerful. It can never cross and get a foothold. But then white men come and smallpox. And then all of a sudden they're on the other side of the river, thus flourishing their own tribe, because like the person trying to push this narrative, like, oh, we were all good and nice until white people, pushing this narrative. And then it's like the last thing when they're in any kind of power, competing, fighting, warring with America, they like were tracking down or chasing down this like this other tribe, and they fucking slaughtered them. They like burnt men, women, children. It's complete slaughter. And I pointed this out, and it's like, oh, well, I only listen to the oral tradition of our historians. And that was like just flabbergasting me. It's like, oh, like, you know, it's one thing to go to school and you start listening like Ben Shapiro or something, start getting, you know, red pilled to some degree about politics at this like Trump era. It's, you know, so you start becoming aware of like the wokies and the protests and stuff or whatever issue, feminism, whatever. See these clips, but it's another thing to like be in direct. You think someone on your side because we're like Star Wars talking stuff. We're against Disney, and so you think there's like this collective, common, right wing, you know, sentiment. But then it's like, oh, actually, you hate white people because like you're an Indian, you got this vendetta, and it goes so far that you deny history to suit your disdain. Like that was just flabbergasted to me. Because like, what would the purpose be for white America that's racist to document, hey, this one specific tribe, disgusting. Here's what they did to another tribe. When it's like, if you're America, it's like they're all Indians. Who cares? Kill them all. We're taking the land. Like that should be the narrative. If they're so bad, why would you write about like you give an intricate detail of like, no, these people are horrible to other Indians? Like, why would you care to write it down if, you know, that's like there's this long thread through history of like white, it seems only white people have this ability or this willingness to be objective to ultimately their enemy, because, you know, through history till last 100 years it's all been racial divides, even among white people and in Europe, obviously. So that's, you know, things like that, you just put them together like, what, like there is something special or different, or, you know. And it's like I'm in this divide of like I'm half black and I'm half white, and I don't want to have a team. I want to just be America, you know, because we're America is special. And black people have contributed to that specialty of this country, even though, yeah, we have Section 8, we got welfare state. That's kind of a new thing, you know. You know, yeah, we were slaves at some point. White people freed us, and some people fought the integration, other people enacted it, and, you know, we were poor and second class, but we were equalizing. We were having an equal involvement. And then, yeah, you have like the Great Society, you just wreck everything. But there's something longer through history where it's like there is something different about the collective white mass of Europe. And it's like, what is it? Is it implicit, or is it just a through line of acculturation or of a certain religion? Because it's not even Christianity. Because this, talking about, you know, everything of America and the West is pagan rooted. Actually, everyone wants to think it's the Bible. So like, no, it's these ideas are pagan. That's what I really hate. Even if you're Christian or whatever, it's like you don't own these traits. You know, they weren't made by you. But yeah. Sorry for getting the weeds for you. If like this is what you're wanting to get into, but I haven't streamed like a month, and these are just things that not necessarily bother you. I'm always pondering. You know? So yeah, sorry talking your ear off.
No problem.
Before you go, I don't remember if you're really into football or not, but if so, what is your NFL team or teams you follow?
I told you, I was on your Super Bowl stream, and I told you.
I remember you on the stream, but I don't remember.
Yeah, you kicked me off for a while because I said the Cowboys.
I tell people this, like, strangely, despite the rivalry, some of the best long or short term interactions have been with the Cow Baby fandom. You know, maybe it's because I'm from the region, because I'm from Oklahoma, so I grew up in cowboy country. My mom tried to raise me as a Cowboy fan, and just for some reason, I saw the wings and I just fell in love. Probably, you know, it's probably because I was a huge Hercules Disney fan. And like obviously Hercules is the draw, and Pegasus, so it might be Pegasus coded with his wings, but because I'm not a Hermes fan, but he does have his little wings, and the Goodyear, and Goodyear's been like a sports image, sponsor. So I don't know if it's like subconsciously Pegasus or if it's Hermes wings, but it literally was like the wings really just caught my eye. And then I see them a lot because Fox covers NFC and cowboy country, seeing the Eagles, and it's just, they're fucking cool, And then I learned the history, and it's even cooler because, like, man, Andy Reid was working with dog shit. Look at the legacy he made in Philly with dog shit, besides McNabb and like Dawkins. Westbrook's a good guy too.
I grew up in and around. Well, I lived like an hour away from Philly, and everybody I knew was an Eagles fan or Steelers fan, depending on where you were. And my dad was not a big sports guy, but I had a friend who lived down the street. Him and his family were big Cowboy fans. And I'm like, well, I like the Cowboys too. What the heck? And so I just kind of latched on to them at an early age, and it just stuck with me. So I'm like, Cowboys, yay. And at the time, I didn't realize there was a Cowboys-Eagles rivalry because I was just tiny. But the older I got, everyone's like, so what team are you for? I'm like, Cowboys. You suck. You Eagles, yeah, or Steelers, yeah. And I'm like, oh crap, what did I do? But I stuck with them. I'm not a fair weather fan. I stuck with the Cowboys. And I
see that's unfortunate because the fandom of the Cowboys is fair weather. That's what sucks when you find like an actual good Cowboy fan. And it's like, dude, why are you such a good fan of this team? They don't deserve it. Like, it's not that I want you to like come to my team. It's just like, they don't deserve it, man. It's like, that bitch isn't good for you. Like, it's that kind of thing. It's like, I don't know what bitch you should have, but definitely not that one. You're too good for that. Like, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, there is I think a character that comes from possibly with our circumstances locale, because we're kind of going completely against the grain with our fandoms, literally like opposite. But yeah, it's like, even being in that area, it's implicitly easy to be a Cowboys fan because they're on prime time, they get the rings. So you can just rest on that. We're awesome. We're them boys, America's team. And it's like Philly. And I didn't grow up with Rocky. I still have not watched Rocky this whole time. Like, I've watched like 20 minutes. I'm like, I'm sure it's good, but like, I need the right mood to ever watch this movie. I've already seen The Wrestler. I've seen Southpaw, so it's like, this isn't going to be better. It's like, I've already had my cherry pop with this kind of Friday Night Lights. We've seen the loser team that is the heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's one of those retroactive. I can't go back, but yeah, I think unintentionally, yeah, Philly definitely helped form like the kind of like loyalty that I have. Because like, it's not easy to like be like, yeah, my team. We do good sometimes. Ultimately we suck. We got a losing overall record, no Super Bowls. Last championship was like 50 years ago. Fuck us. Like, we throw beer cans at people. We're like infamous fans. We're rowdy. Don't go to our stadium because it might kill you. Like, I like that. I like that heritage because it's like, it's a heritage of like underdog, or just, hey, they suck, but that's my team that sucks. Browns too. Although Browns have like a great legacy to hang their hat on. No, it's funny. It's funny how like stuff pans out sometimes with that kind of thing. Most people don't really think about like, they're just acculturated. Like, that's the tribe we picked.
Mm-hmm.
You just go with it and like, yeah, you're mad if you lose, but that's about as deep as it is. But it's like, yeah, I don't ever want to get in a fist fight because of like Philly, but it might spill into a real like reflection at some point. So it's deeper for me. Because I remember like, you get jostled by people because you were like the wrong team. But yeah, no, I was asking because I got to figure out, because my job's weird with my schedule. it's the implicit schedule of like day and night every month. But I'm trying to figure out, like, I need to start game planning the schedule. Like, when will I be open to stream to watch football? Because I want to have some coverage on this channel, at least watching the games. So, Cowboys, that's great. That's even better, having a Cowboys fan potential on the panel. Talk shit. Ha, you like that Hurts touchdown, bitch? Man, y'all sucked. Y'all sucked against us this last year. I think the score was like 81-17 for 2 games. Like, y'all really sucked.
I know back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I can't remember. It's a while back. I was with a friend of mine and some of his friends. They weren't friends of mine, but we were all kind of hanging out at this bar watching the Eagles-Cowboys game. And they went back and forth a little bit. No one scored. And finally, the Eagles scored a field goal. And this guy just jumps up this table and gets in my face. He's like, yeah, I love that. Yeah. And my friend was like, just calm down. But he wouldn't stop. He just kept going on. Like, we score. You guys are down. You guys are. So I just grabbed him by the nose, twisted it, and put his head on the table. I'm like, listen, it's just a touch. It's just a field goal. Still early in the game. I let him go. Jumps back up. Go kick your butt outside now. And I'm like, let's go. And my friend's like, no. So sit down. So the Cowboys ended up winning that game like 20-something to 3. It was that one field goal.
I hate when that happens.
And as we're walking out, we're all saying goodbye. And I look at the guy like, hey, at least you got that field goal. So I can give it with the best. I can take it. I think it'd be fun to get on a stream.
I feel like I'm a pretty sportsman. I don't care about sportsmanship when it comes to like the idea of like, hey, teams got to shake hands and stuff. Like, no, dude, especially like NFL, it's like, you might cost me my job. Like, fuck you. Especially when it's rivalry. That's the one thing. Like, I'm a Chip Kelly fan with Philly. I wish they would have kept him. And like, look, we got Super Bowl overall after getting rid of him, but I really wanted to see like what he could have done for like 5 years, because I liked his opening season. But yeah, I don't know where I was going with that exactly, but fuck. Yeah, that's like the first thought I've lost today. Like, usually it'll happen a couple times in a stream, especially go long, but I don't know where the fuck I was going with that. That's really annoying. Yeah, fuck. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I've always been a pretty calm fan. Like, at most, me mocking people, unless it's like a really close friendship or something, I'm not even out of like, let me be safe. It's just like, it's not my attitude. It's like, yeah, we're winning. When it's tight, cool. But like, once we pull away, I'll just give you like the Jim Halpert like look to the camera of like, what's going on. Did you see that? Like, yeah, I don't know. I've never really had a bad experience. When I was in New York at Fort Drum, it's New England, so the Seahawks Super Bowl, the Patriots. It's a good game, and I'm rooting for the Seahawks because fuck the Patriots. And they get the ball last 1 yard line, and I'm not this retard that keeps saying, "Oh, run the ball." Like, the call made sense. It was just the type of call, the type of pass. But I was so like, all right, just get this in. You win the game. The pick and the total mood of the Bucks. Everyone was a New England fan. I'm like one of the only Seahawks, not even fan, but just rooting for them. And then it was just like so deflating, that pick. And it's not even my team, but I just love this game so much. And I'm like so invested in Brady losing another Super Bowl. And it's no, he gets picked. No, fuck. Oh God, that's so deflating. So deflating. Ironically, with Tom Brady. I was going to ask you, have you seen Silver Linings Playbook?
I've not.
That is required. Philly and Cowboy fan, that's required because it's Rocket Raccoon, Bradley Cooper, and Jennifer Lawrence. They become this weird odd couple, and she's like fucked up in the head because she's a widow, and Bradley Cooper's been divorced, and he's gone like the funny farm for a while because he like beat the fuck out of his wife's affair. And so he's back and he crosses her, but then it's like they're both like damaged goods, and they click. It's a rom-com, but it's a sports movie too, because Robert De Niro, for whatever fucking reason, is a goddamn Cowboys fan. I might have it wrong. I think he's a Philly fan. He's the dad of Bradley Cooper, but their friend is a Cowboys fan. So I can't remember how, but basically for some fucking reason, they make this weird like parlay wager where it's like, hey, y'all are like working to do this like competitive dance. So you got to get this score on the dance, and the spread for the game's got to be like whatever, and I think Eagles got to win. And so it's a really good, I think Jennifer Lawrence won the Oscar for it. It's a really good, it's a very unique film. It's a good pleaser for wife and husband. I highly suggest it, especially it's a Philly movie, and it's fucking good. And it's during the era of like Deshaun Jackson, like second, third year. So it's like a good time for Philly sports wise with the Eagles. I highly suggest. I feel like I know of the legacy of Rocky, but I feel it's more of a required viewing than Rocky.
I'll have to give it a look.
Yeah.
Bro.
The trailer.
Stuckman's
movie.
Stuckman's movie trailer is out.
Oh no. Are you a
watch
Stuckman? Have you been Stuckmanized, Steven?
I don't even know what we're talking
Oh
about.
man. Okay. So fucking Chris Stuckman. When I first started watching YouTube consistently, it was just for movie reviews, and I would check in on Mike Zero. I don't know if you remember Mike Zero.
I know who Mike Zero is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I found him before Force Awakens, like leading into its release. He was getting cited by like Yahoo News and stuff. So he had like a legitimate pedigree to like find him back then. And I would watch him like every day, new videos, until Last Jedi happened. Then I was like, fuck that guy. And then it became like, this guy just says what, he's just fake, But like the first guy I started watching for reviews, somehow I never found John Campea. I found Chris Stuckman, and I found Jeremy Johns. And I've had falling out watching Johns, but I've come back and he's pretty reliable. But Stuckman is this queer bait who he did these like really in-depth the prequel suck videos.
Mm-hmm.
And because I liked his reviews, I could trust him for movies and liking them or not. I watched them, and I'm still a prequel fan, but I watched them and really took his criticism to heart, and I'd rewatch Stars and anyway, he gave such in-depth, valid complaints and about why Star Wars sucks, the prequels. And then The Last Jedi happened, and then he was just gushing. And it's like, wait. Because this is when like everyone's kind of in shock. We weren't like rabid yet. We weren't Phantom Menace yet. We were just like, everyone saw us and like, I don't, what? You got to see it multiple times. Like everyone said that. And then this guy is just gushing, and then you start realizing none of the criticism makes sense for the prequels if he likes this movie. And so that was my kind of awakening independently with the Phantom Menace, like eventually becoming a thing. But yeah, he was a reviewer I really trusted, because you're spending your money, you build this kind of like watcher rapport with the reviewer. So it's like, it's kind of personal.
But yeah, like he's like the type of person that would do backyard like videos back in the day, trying to be a filmmaker, making like a little Indiana Jones parody things back in the day, like before the internet and stuff. And I think his YouTube reviews or his videos are pretty bland in general. Like he's pretty much like, yeah, it was directed by whatever, and special effects was this. This guy's acting in it, and he's like doesn't really critique the films very much. He'll say, I think this was good. I think this was bad. And they're about 5 minutes long. His reviews, so it's not that in depth anymore. He used to put effort into some stuff, especially ones that he would bash, but now he doesn't want to bash anything anymore. So he's like, I'm just gonna not review the things that are bad. And then so if he doesn't review something now, you go, oh, that sucks then because you didn't do a review.
Yeah. So what was it? Spider Woman
or the Madam Web.
Madam Web. Yeah.
That was the first one. That was the one that triggered it.
Yeah. For some reason, like this is everyone is like, this movie sucks, but we're seeing it because it's like a Spider-Verse maybe movie, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got Sydney Sweeney, and they advertise like she's going to be Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew, in like skin tight clothing. Awesome. And that movie, if you haven't seen it, like it's just like a dream vision that you see them in their spider suits. None of them wear spider suits the whole movie. The bad guy wears a spider suit. He's like South America spider baddie. I don't know. And it's like a 20-25 Rotten Tomatoes. It's one of these movies after Morbius where it's like we know it's going to be bad. We're kind of it gets its fandom because it's bad. Even Sydney Sweeney kind of passively crapped on it during the press tour for the movie. That's how bad it was.
Wow.
And so yeah, it's like everyone's in on this movie sucks, and then Stuckman, for some reason out of nowhere, is like, yeah. I know how hard it is to make a movie, so like, I'm not gonna criticize this movie, and that's like his new standard.
So that was the thing with him. He said he doesn't want to bash any like creator or filmmaker because he's becoming one now, and he's like, oh, filmmaking's harder than I thought.
Wait. So, who the fuck are you, Joseph? Whatever the fuck says you didn't watch it, but see or Fantastic Four. I definitely watched Fantastic Four. Are you talking about I didn't see Madam Web? I definitely saw Madam Web. I watched it with Rookie on Netflix after it.
Yeah.
So that like I have a witness. We watched it. He knows the plot. Pepsi, Death by Pepsi. I have a live stream review. Look up me, Death by Pepsi. That is like in the title. Fuck you. I don't know if you're trolling or not, but fuck you.
But yeah, so now it's just fun. So the funny thing, so like, yeah, Chris Stuckman was like this long time YouTube reviewer for movies and stuff for the longest time, like 10 years or more.
He's got 2 million subs somehow.
He's like one of the oldest people. He's like one of the most known ones that like on YouTube for reviewing stuff. And then now that he's like starting to make some movies, he's like really softened up and doesn't like criticize practically anything anymore. And so and now he's finally releasing his movie. His actual official movie here with the studio, and it's like, okay, we'll see.
Studio movie?
What? But so I saw a glimpse of it before I got on here. That's why I got back on here. I'm like, I want to see what you think because it doesn't look like shit. I don't think it'll look good. Like I don't think it interests me, but it looks okay as far as like
all right.
What I was expecting from him. I guess I was expecting it to be silly on accident. Like I'd taken it serious, but then it's dumb. But I don't know. I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, no. Okay, so I'm going to clip this in case it becomes viral to react to this guy's stuff. I'm a longtime viewer of Stuckman long ago. Fell out because Last Jedi, being a pussy. And Rookie has a somewhat similar history of Stuckman. And Steven here never fucking knew the guy. So you're getting a well-balanced
Yeah.
You're getting a well-balanced panel here reacting to Stuckman's Shelby Oaks. I have no idea what this is about. Here we go.
Do you need help?
She finally let me go.
Oh.
That looks pretty good.
Sweet a movie.
Oh, Neon's like the next
Welcome back
A24.
to the Paranormal Paradise. Today we're taking our first foray into the abandoned town of Shelby Oaks.
I've been searching for Riley for the last 12 years.
It's just a funny
I know
credit.
my sister's not dead.
Director Riley, Angus.
Bodies were found outside of Shelby Oaks. Riley Brennan is still missing.
The last night I saw her, she said she saw a man standing in her window, staring at her.
I think this is like a ghost.
Yeah.
Appreciate them not doing a.
I was waiting for it. Yeah.
You live alone out here? Nope. Where is my sister? Riley.
At the end, yep.
God damn it. That looks fucking good. God, fuck
the
you.
actress looks really like she's really into it. So that's good. Some good cast.
Multiple times teasing us with the to the camera and then not doing it.
I'm hoping in the actual thing they don't have the jump scare bullcrap. He might actually not like that too, maybe. So he might be trying to make one that actually just is genuinely has some tension. We'll see. But no, yeah, I thought that was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Is your face frozen, Angus?
Uh-oh.
I think he's frozen. He's got all squinty face. I'm like, he's really old. He's holding that for a while. He ate something sour, maybe.
I'm right here. No.
Oh, there
There
you
you
go.
are. Okay. Now your face was frozen for a good 10 or 20 seconds, right?
Did you hear me?
No.
At least.
Not at all.
Oh wow. Fuck. I was just like, I don't know if it was showing. I don't know if you caught it. I was like, damn it, I've been stuckmanized.
No, yeah, we didn't see that part. You're freeze framed before you said that.
Yeah, no, this looks really good. And the fact that he has multiple cues of like and doesn't do it. That's a refreshing sign, because like that was cool when you aren't like so used to like, all right, when are they jumping at me? Oh, there it is. Okay. Like,
well, it's a good sign because it shows that like he is a movie watcher who watches tons of movies. He used to critique movies anyway, and like maybe he's took a lot of that into how he's making his own film to not do some of the tropes that he might even find annoying. So
yeah, this opening suicide, fuck, and like the blood splatter, like, damn, that's some good effects work. You got some sort of old media, which
he does like it.
I've not investigated. Again, I was talking to Steven about like Halloween and stuff, where it's like I like horror is the last thing I care about. I like good horror, but most of it isn't good, the bulk of it. So it's far and few between for me. And my favorite horror movie is The Witch, so I like obscure, off the wall, not typical. And like paranormal, like Insidious, even if there's some silly parts like that shit freaks me out. What's the other one? Sinister. Fuck, Sinister creeps me out. Because like, unlike a slasher that keeps reviving, that's not real. So at some point, aside from the gore, it's got a limited scare factor. But like paranormal, religious, there is no proof that it's not real. So that's like what's behind the door, kind of like spiritually,
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, like, I don't know tropes of horror, so like you got this archaic media, so implies
that is kind
esoteric.
of a trope. That is kind of a trope, having like a VHS tape or a disc or some form of a thing that like a video is on. But that's like, I think that's a more acceptable type of one because you're getting footage, you're proving something, or you have evidence or whatever. I don't know, that it's always a decent way to try to convey some aspect of your
Dude,
story.
this is like must be like a late 90s camcorder, because like when my mom got a camcorder, we had like the tiny DVD discs.
Oh yeah.
Late
90s. But her acting right there, the crying, I don't know, she looks like a really good actress for this, which I'm surprised he's able to get like a really good actress, I guess.
Seeing this credit just made me laugh. It's like,
It's like
writer and director Chris Stuckman, and it's like YouTuber.
It should have really ended with him saying, hit like and subscribe and get Stuckman.
Dude, that should be a horror movie. Is like
I've been Stuckman
YouTuber. Like you could do like some sort of Misery type of movie.
You gave a YouTuber enough funding to make a movie?
No. It's like be sure to like and subscribe, but then it's like the horror of like, oh no, there's like some sort of like incantation, like and subscribe. It becomes like a cult, and then there's like fucking 20 like children ghouls and like blankets or whatever. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
all hail the like button. All hail the like button.
Become a member.
But you can watch me on Rumble too. But no, I don't know. I like it. It seems like, kind of up close. I'm not going to go to too many locations, maybe just around the town and whatever.
Well, this looks so good. It's like there's this trailer. I'm not going to play it, but I think it comes out this week or next week. I think it's got the Silver Surfer girl from Ozark. What's her name? Julie Gardner?
I mean, I don't know. So
I'm trying to sound it out. I'm like, is that her name?
I don't know.
Ozark cast. Julia Garner. Okay, so the movie coming out called Weapons. I was gonna say, and that looks really creepy because the simple premise is she's like a teacher of like 4th grade, and there's all these children disappearances, but they're only her class. And so the town's like, where the fuck are our kids? Because it's only like, what were you doing with our kids? And so it's like, well, it's only her class. So that's like a really weird coincidence. So it's like, and then they're finding like ring camera footage of like their kids leaving the house, and they're all like Naruto running, and then people are like killing themselves, and it's like, what is, so it's really interesting premise of mystery, death, and children cult. Like, what is this? So it looks really good. I hope it's rated R, because I hate PG-13 horror, because that's always limiting. But yeah, no, I can't believe I've been Stuckmanized all these years later. I am day one.
Yeah. I'm still skeptical it'll be good, but like this looks promising so far. And I'm not really into these types of horror movies, but I mean, because he's a YouTuber, I want to give it a shot. That hope that he does well by it. Like, you've given whatever opportunity. I mean, I know that he takes it seriously, but he does it in such a way where he's like, I'm no longer a YouTuber. I am now a filmmaker. Like, I have graduated to filmmaking now.
Hey, critical drinker, take notes. I can't wait to see the behind the footage recap. The post of Chris Stuckman. It's like, oh, this bitch couldn't say you can't give her 50 takes to say a line, so you gotta just
shoot
work
that guy in
with
the head like 80 times because he wouldn't fall down right or something.
But this shot here with the dog, fucking, that's just cool. There's like the house shot with the woman. The first time you're thinking they might run at you. That.
Wait, so we gave our thoughts. What are your thoughts, Steven?
I think it looks like a pretty good movie. It looks almost kind of half found footage with the tape and stuff, and because apparently there's some pretty crazy things on the tape that the woman's seeing, and it causes her to go out to this place and look for her sister. I'm not a huge horror fan, but this looks like it might be something I'd want to go see.
Yeah, maybe I think it's because this one might be more on the mystery side than on the horror side, possibly.
Yeah, it looks a little more cerebral. If it's got a little more, there's something going on, and we got to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if he'll go with it is a ghost, or if he'll have it be that it's like people or something, or I don't know what exactly he'll go with these types of movies, but it's so at least based on the aesthetic, it looks like he's going for mostly grounded. I don't know what he'll do. He's a funky one because if you watch his videos, you'll know
he's
what
so
I mean.
dry. In retrospect, he's so dry.
He is very dry as a guy. Like, his reviews are so he could be reviewing something, he'd be like, "Wow, and these were great, and this was great, and that was great," and talking for 5 minutes about it, and you'd go, "Okay, so what movie was he talking about?" Because he's not like specific on a character or like anything else. So like, yeah, and Chris Pratt played good in the role that he played and did this, and like he doesn't say anything specific. But
like this is up my alley.
He used to be kind of like honest, and he kind of coined the term hilariosity, which was his way of saying like a movie that's so bad it's good, like The Room and stuff. Like that's like, they're dumb movies, but they're fun to watch. They're hilarious. He had a good term for it, hilariosity. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, I'm damn it.
The scene where you see the woman sitting in the chair in the house almost gave me kind of Blair Witch vibes. I don't know.
A little bit.
Like dad's like, yeah, there's something weird in this house. I don't know if I'd want to be in it.
What the
there's
fuck's
there's
under
a
the
rug
carpet?
and carpet there. I know. I'm like that's like got to be intentional. Like something's coming out of there. Something's gonna come out of there. But it's like, no, nothing might happen there. Who knows? Close up on her face might be creepy if they'll do one.
You walk towards her and you fall through that hole. There's nothing there under the rug except a pit.
You fell under my trap door.
No, the horror is like everything is just an OSHA violation.
So everything is normal in the house. And it's just like, oh, there's no horror here. Okay.
Yes. It's like the horror is like, hey, just don't cross this tape that's marking off a construction spot. And then it's like,
that's why that guy killed himself.
Oh yeah, dude, The Happening, but with OSHA violations, like in a factory.
Yeah,
there's a horror movie.
Yeah.
They made the movie Tire or Rubber about a tire, so like anything's possible.
Have you heard of that movie, Stephen?
I've not.
So
it's about a killer tire.
It's about a tire, like a car tire that can roll around and blow up people's brains. And it like has a girlfriend for a little bit before he kills her, I think. And then he's on the run, and there's like people watching the tire with binoculars, like, wow, that tire just killed someone. It's like really stupid. It's just really stupid. Like are you talking about like a $50 budget type of thing here?
Yeah. Well, that was fun. Thank you, Rookie. I would never have checked it out. Just the name. I was like,
well, I saw Discussing Film post it. I know that you're like blocked by them, or you blocked them or something. So
no,
like,
I'm blocked by them.
Like, I'll show you. I'll just come on stream. You're still streaming. I'll just come here and we'll react to it right here.
Yeah, we're just having a good conversation, going everywhere with Steven. So I'm gonna have to close it out because I gotta mow my yard. So I've been putting that off way too long.
I understand. I already mowed my lawn today, so
nice.
But it's good having you on, man. It's good catching up. Look forward to more with you. Definitely going to be detracting soon, catching up on the Ripaverse. Yeah. I'll clip this reaction out and tag y'all. I don't know if I'll upload it. I'll try to upload it tonight, but not promising because I have not slept since I got off work. And but I didn't know what to expect crowd wise, chat wise. I'm surprised it got like 6K. You've been streaming, so I got to catch up on that as well. Catching up with the ether of detracting. Besides some trash cast, I'm just kind of totally in the dark this last month. So good synergy of stuff happening. The Fantastic Four movie, my interest in it, reading comics again, detracting, the Ripaverse. We got to check in. We got to check in on the Ripaverse.
Yeah, look at that action figure.
Have you seen this, Steven?
Oh yeah, the action figure. Yeah. Yeah, the action figure that no one really wants, but we're going to try to push to sell. It's insane.
I'm surprised he didn't make any like Hell Monkey ones to start or something that has like a more interesting design.
You gotta
I
start
guess
with the flagship.
I guess with me, it's like, okay, even if I don't want any of them, if you have an interesting looking one, like I feel like there'd be more interest there than just I saw him. Look,
You just hate a
orange
successful black businessman
like
equipped with Grimace.
I'm gonna fall on car. Now, if you get Hot Wheel, it doesn't come with like a Hot Wheel or some other car vehicle to fall on.
That was
they should make the yellow car.
The epic scene reenactment. I'll have to get my own car separately to do that. I guess
You have to get a Bumblebee or something, or
yeah,
get the classic V-Dub Bumblebee from the Bumblebee movie.
Yep.
But yeah, he's I love this. 109 days left for the pre-order.
What's it made so far?
20,000.
20,000? Okay.
Now, mind you, I don't know if EVS has already said this on stream, but most likely, having done this with McFarlane, he's probably had to have ordered 10,000 of these, at minimum, at least probably 5,000. So he's definitely going to lose a lot of warehouse space.
I think
not the warehouse.
I think I thought I saw somewhere he ordered 50,000.
He ordered 50,000 copies of ISOM 1.
No, I mean of this figure.
No, I'm saying of action figures in total, because he has 5 more. He's like 4 more figures after this or something.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So his first goal is 2,000, and we'll unveil the next 5 potential Primeval figures, and then at 5,000, the next figure is greenlit. So at minimum, he's got to hit 5,000, and he's already paid for at least the conceptual work for these figures. And then third is 10,000, and then sold out is the last one, but you don't get an identifier of what sold out is. But 10,000 gets the third.
How come he did 0 hype for it, like leading up to it, or like you'd think that ISOM 3, like having this maybe tied with that in some way would have.
You just don't understand business,
because like
you need to
just
educate
dropped it
yourself.
suddenly though, and it is like what I mean. When EVS talked up his ones, I was able to kind of make sure I had enough money to get the different action figures that he was selling. So it was like
we're here at the we move differently, rookie. Unlike certain individuals, there is no set way in which to conduct business. There's no set standard.
Well, I mean, if I'm just even saying like as like an aesthetic for the background, like I don't know where an ISOM would fit in a background compared to a green frog statue thing. I don't know. There's a difference aesthetically that one could bring, or like a Vesbiz, one of those like around the giant.
He's got to make Chad Rand. He's got to make Chad Rand and Larry Shungite.
He's got some he's got some wild characters with some wild silhouettes and stuff that I think that would probably make better figures than his main ones than I saw.
No, the next one, I guarantee you, the next one is
Kidding's the next action figure.
The highly anticipated. Let me see if he says that here. In the log line,
we get Darren
Avery Silman walked away from being ISOM once, but when the streets of Floorspark fall into chaos, he's the only one willing to rise against it. But wait, Alpha Core is already here in the void, so that's already dumb. And I don't know where I got Great War Separation coming.
Yeah, but did the turtle copter like get destroyed in one of the things or something, Alpha Core or something?
Right, but that's after we've already seen ISOM come back. They're already here, is my point. And depending what the story is of the Great Separation, they've been a thing since the Civil War. So that's why I'm like, this is already contradicting the universe.
Wait, so did he say it fell into chaos? What did he say happened? What?
He's the only one willing to rise against it.
Against what?
The chaos, implying
against the hell demons in a different dimension that aren't invading the planet or something. What are you talking about? Darren Fontano? In his club?
The collection celebrates the duality of a man shaped by solitude, self-reliance, and a sense of duty he can't ignore.
He didn't want to do anything anyway. I mean, in the first item, he didn't want to even go find that girl.
What's that got to do with me?
And then when he did find her, he couldn't care less. He's like,
when the bodyguards tried to protect her, he was like, "I'm gonna beat you up now, guys." It's like
from articulated collector figures to breathtaking statues and exclusive cards, this campaign captures the legacy, grit, and evolution of ISOM in every form. It comes with ultra articulation, metallic finish, swappable heads, hands, and collectible art card. Signature edition includes certificate of authenticity. New ISOM Dokuman card, lenticular card with exclusive art by
Cannon. That's getting worse when you list more stuff.
Collector bundle, figure collector's pack, includes both figure editions. The duality set is the figure plus the ISOM statue. And the legacy set is ISOM and Yaira statues.
There's way too many options.
But
I don't know. That's
also, I'm pretty sure the ISOM and Yaira statue are different sizes.
Else they can't make out.
Secure your chance to own these exclusive limited run collectibles honoring the Ripperverse's most iconic characters. Whether you're a longtime fan or new to the universe, again, long time. You've been around for 3 years, 2 years. Like,
it's not even a long time in the first place. It's been an amount of time, sure, an amount of time. Whether so, he doesn't. I think EVS even said to there's no like alternative versions of him, like battle damaged or red
car damaged
falling on a car. Exactly. Like those would be funny. Those would be funny to meme to buy as like detractors. That'd be funny to get the ISOM fall on a car, ISOM on the hood or whatever. That'd be funny.
Yeah, and it's like it's not big enough for me to like.
It's just.
Manipulate it like
he's just guy with orange suit on.
Like at least with the Bloodruth plushie you could like cut a hole in it and just say the doll's a pocket pussy or put a pocket pussy in the doll to meme on them.
Hide a few bucks in there because nobody.
What am I going to do with this?
Nobody would steal a Bloodruth plushie.
I can't put a jetpack on them.
There.
Will
like Star Wars toys fit with it, like a lightsaber, like something.
No, this is 7 inches tall, and they're tiny. They're like 3 3/4
7
inches.
So. Why would? Well, I mean, I guess. All right.
It's like a Marvel Legends, but the thing with McFarlane, he does 7 inches, so they don't match with everyone. Apparently, people hate McFarlane toys because they do 7 and not 6. Because you have 3 3/4, then you have 6, and then you do 12, and then maybe 18. Those are like the standard sizes. So doing 7 is an oddball.
The Cyberfrog ones were 6 inches, right? I think.
I'm assuming so. I'm assuming they're set to like the 6-inch standard. Pre-order now. Share the campaign with fellow collectors and bring the world of ISOM to life on your shelf.
Well, wait, he wants collectors to buy now.
Let's see. So the standard is 40. The signature is 80. The pack is 112. Just the card is 15. You can get the duality set, which is the stripper pole and the ISOM for $295. You can get the ISOM and Yaira for $500. Wait a minute, Yaira was for $500.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just get the stripper pole? That ISOM.
And you can catch up on ISOM 3 pack from 74.62 to 118.30. The fuck kind of number? Just make it $75.
These are just like too many options, man. Like it's a lot of.
It's too many options for one fucking toy.
I don't even know. This is all for a toy? All of this is for the toy? Just alone? Okay.
It ranges from 15 because of the car, but it ranges from 40 to 515. Now, let's go to the store here and see this. Let me see. Is there a statue? Is it on this? Okay, toys. I guess maybe under. Okay, so look, the Yaira statue by herself is $500, but then he's really undercutting himself. This is the same statue.
And wait, doesn't he have a young Isom statue?
Yeah, that's one on the stripper pole.
How much is that one?
$275. See, he's really hurting himself because people are going to see this pack of like, wait, for $15 more, I get 2 statues, but I paid $500 to get the one.
That's what I'm saying. Like why is there such a huge price difference between the statues?
Because it wasn't worth what he was selling it for. Now he's trying to liquidate it because he's still sitting on like probably 200 of these.
Well, I mean, like
he didn't sell out of the 500 Yairas.
No, I'm saying the Yaira compared to the young Isom.
So this is 1/6 scale. Let's see the young Isom. I think it's like 1/8.
I assume you know the pricing differences work with this stuff.
It doesn't say what the young Isom size is, and there are no reviews yet either. Like if you go like okay, let's go to.
Has it started fulfilling at all? Like to ship to anybody?
Yeah, they've already shipped. So he's either reprinted, got a new set of Yaira, or more than likely he's trying to sell the initial bulk that he bought. And he's literally cutting the price in half to add it to the young Isom set. So I don't know if EVS has caught this. I'll have to bring this to his attention. Yeah, let's go to the store and let's look at Great War Separate. That's been out for a while. All right, so let's see. Like anything has no reviews.
I would assume at least like
people pay for membership to have this ability to.
Wait, you have to be a member to do it. You can't just be a purchaser. And
that's how he's like. That's how he's echo chambering.
Well,
but
what if I wanted to leave a review? But
even the echo chamber isn't reviewing this shit on his website. Like that's what's weird.
Who would it be for? I guess at that point,
would it be now? Look, no one's reviewing this shit on his site.
Well, it just goes to reinforce the whole no one's reading these things anyway. They're just buying them. I mean, just to buy them just to help them out. I mean, why buy something and not read it?
So
or why buy
he's
something?
He's only at he wants 5,000 members. I think this is towards the animation goals. I think he's still stuck at 21%. I don't think he's moved at all on this.
Well, when he has memberships, he's releasing books every month and doing statues along with it and all the other things. It's like
every month isn't a problem if it's $5.
You know.
When you go to the comic store, you're assuming unless it's like a bigger like number one or something, or a double story, whatever. You're assuming you're paying $5 for a comic. Image like $3 or $4. I think they've gone up to $4 now just because of necessity of printing, but they try to keep the shit as cheap as possible. But $5 is kind of the standard now. Voting focus. The hangout. I'm looking at the perks of being a member. I'm trying to see before. There was something where it's like, this is why you should be a member, because we're trying to pay for like animation. We want this goal so we can animate. I guess he got rid of that because I'm not finding it anywhere. Let's look at the intro. Well, it's just a video. Fuck you. Yeah, this is. Oh man, Well, that was fun. Got a little light detracting in. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Steven and Rookie, hanging out. I literally thought I was going to like stream myself for like an hour, and got us a $5 in there. So
Nice.
Diggity dog. A lot of stuff covered. Definitely go see Fantastic Four. Rookie, go see Fantastic Four this weekend so we can talk about it.
Maybe.
With further ado, go check out Steven. Your channel's The Nerd Way.
The channel's The Nerd Way, yeah.
Go check out The Nerd Way on YouTube and Twitter. Check out his books. Links in his thing. I'll add his link for his channel on Twitter later on. And thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you, Rookie, for the movie reaction. So, farewell.
Yep. Later.